of them states that the birds arrive in July and they start to nest from August. So October is far too late. And with all the investment the council has put down in that area with the fence, it would be a great shame if those dates weren't correct. The first banded dotterels have arrived in Kaikoura about 10 days ago. So they do arrive, and the preparation time is really important. During July, they sort out their territories, the young males come in, they choose a mate, they choose a nesting site. So they may appear just to be doing nothing much, but that preparation time is really important. And it would also give the dog owners a chance to realise this is the month that On Leash starts. I'd also like to just mention the length of the lead. Some dog leads now are about 10 metres long or more, and so that was just an observation. Yes, so the birds start to lay in around August, September. There's 4 weeks incubation, then there's another 6 weeks till the chick fledges. So that's a really vulnerable time where they just do not need disturbance. Some people say that, my dog would never chase a bird. Well, they don't have to chase a bird. There is evidence that dogs will learn to seek out the eggs and eat them. That's a nice bit of protein. But it's just disturbance. It's any disturbance, a dog, a person, a vehicle, and the bird will leave the nest, and this can happen 10 or 12 times a day. Eventually they'll abandon the nest, or the eggs just fail to incubate. So I don't think I said that the banded dotterel is an endemic species to New Zealand. It's an endemic breeder to New Zealand. It breeds nowhere else in the world. Its conservation status is at risk of declining, and if we lose it here, the world loses it. And the Napier branch of Forest and Bird are supporting the Save the Dotterels Hawke's Bay working group. So that's the first area. The second area I'd like to address is the Ahriri Estuary. Generally speaking, the Napier branch of Forest and Bird advocate that dogs should not be permitted in the wider estuary area at all. I actually found it very difficult to work out exactly where the yellow lines were, the on-lead lines were, and where they weren't on this map. And I could find no written reference either in Schedule 2 to that. So I just have the map here. And it's very difficult to see the yellow lines. As I understand it, this is the old embankment bridge, right? Yeah. There's the yellow line right down there. It seems to me that this area has been closed down and this area has been opened up to dogs on lead. I can see no logic in that decision at all. Has this area been stopped for dogs on lead because it's suddenly recognised it's a sensitive wildlife area? And has this been opened up because it's suddenly realised that maybe it's not such a sensitive area? The West Shore scrapes there is one of the most sensitive areas of the entire estuary. As many of you would know, every summer we have about 250 godwits come in. These birds breed in Alaska. They have a non-stop flight, 8 or 9 days from Alaska to here, to various locations around the country. And that is the West Shore scrapes is their favourite roosting place during high tide. Also, so I'm sure there's a yellow line there. Also, they feed in this area at low tide. I've seen bittern up here. Birds New Zealand do a census count, a weight count twice a year, and we walk these stop banks. I saw there's a few godwits winter over each year, and I saw one feeding there about 2 weeks ago in that area. So, as I say, we advocate that dogs should not be permitted in the wider estuary area. Southern Marsh is also a very sensitive area. They're much more strict in Australia with their wetlands and estuarine areas and beaches. They're just no dogs. A lot of beaches now, no dogs, no vehicles. And it's becoming more common, I understand. I think you'd have to agree that our beach culture in New Zealand is very concerning with vehicles especially and dogs off lead. And we hope this is the start of informing people and educating people that we're not the only species that need these beaches. There are several shore nesting birds that try to nest on these beaches and more often than not are unsuccessful. Just speaking in general, our biodiversity in New Zealand is really in crisis, and we need to do what we can to save what we've got. In the draft proposed dog control policy statement, it's a 7-page document that was up online. I found no mention of one of the purposes of this policy is to protect wildlife. It's as if it's not even on the radar with dog control. And I think it's, and probably the other one is actually protecting farm animals, because you have sheep breeding, grazing in the inner city limits, but there's not a mention to protect wildlife. And I've owned dogs in the past. My son owns a dog when they come to visit. It's really appreciated to have adequate off-lead areas. We know we need that. But we don't have a lot of areas in Napier that are wildlife sensitive. And I think we really owe it to, we have a moral obligation to protect what we've got. So I think that's about me. Anna, I think it's Anna, had some pamphlets she was going to pass out, and I'll welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Lynn. With regards to the doctorals and that breeding season, what would be the appropriate, I sort of was trying to quickly count forward with the weeks you mentioned, would it sort of be around December or January that the breeding season is over and the fledglings have?
They're mostly gone by, actually, and if their breeding's been successful, they're mostly gone by early January.
Okay.
However, chicks have been observed, I'm not sure about the West Shore area, but as late as February, but that would be from a second nest. If the first nest failed, they may start all over again, and so the whole process is lengthened. But with a successful breeding, they should be gone by around then. But as I said, yes, and the preparation time in July is really important too.
Thank you. And I was just looking at that map of the estuary, and I think that wider West Shore Scrapes area is still prohibited, but yes, there is a pathway through there where you had highlighted that yellow line that currently the proposal is just for that pathway in that area to be on lead, but the rest remains prohibited.
Right. Yes, because at the moment the West Shore Scrapes has got no dogs, and then you wonder, what would stop someone just going down the stop bank instead of the path and then continuing. Yeah.
Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Bogue.
Thank you very much. I just wanted some clarification. I understand there's a couple of maps in our papers of the estuary, and it seems that, I just want some clarification from the staff if possible. It looks like the whole area is prohibited for all dogs except for the yellow path along the West Shore side and across the bridge. Is that correct? Thank you. So all those bits in red, those, that's all prohibited.
But I think,
It's up now.
yeah, it's not just the,
No yellow on that one,
No, but there's another one that's got yellow.
This one here.
Yeah, there's a different
yellow
one.
line here
Yeah, our map one.
of the main embankment bridge.
Len, you need a microphone.
As far as I know, that's no dogs at the moment.
I think Paulina wants to say.
I can only assume that's maybe in preparation to the proposed Ahriri Regional Park. But we would ask for there to be no dogs in the wider estuary area at all.
There's a mic next to you. There's a mic between you and Richard.
Yeah, Paulina's got one. No. No.
Yes,
I would like to clarify that
I think we need the mic for the listeners. for
People online.
watching.
Yeah.
I would like to clarify that we received some submissions about that area that you're mentioning, and the officer recommendation is to actually not allow dogs on lead on going into that area of the estuary. Yeah, so after discussion with
so it
Department
has
of
changed.
Conservation has changed, but it's not, it was, as you rightly said, the proposal did include dogs on lead in that area, but after that, the recommendation, after the submission, the recommendation is to not have that area for dogs on
thank
lead.
you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your time today, Lynn.
Thank you.
And I would now like to invite Wendy Austin up to submit, please. Welcome, Wendy.
Morning, how are we?
Morning.
Hi. I haven't done this before at all, so I'm not really... Right. So I just wanted to go through the questions, really. So my name's Wendy Austin. I'm actually a pro dog trainer in Hawke's Bay, in Bridge Park. So I've had a business there for about 18 months. I've been training for about 5 years. So I'm here for the dogs, but obviously I respect with the birds and the wildlife. So just going through the questions, and if you've got any questions for me during the reasons why I've put them there. So do I support retaining a current limit to 2 dogs in urban areas? Well, I've said no, because if the owners are sensible dog owners, why can they not have more than 2? But obviously I don't think that we want to have 5 or 6. You know, I'm on a lifestyle block, so I have no limitation. But for people that are, you know, small dogs, yes, definitely 2 or 3. But I think just restricting some people, you know, that might be just the fact where they live. They don't have the availability to live in a large area. So I think as long as they're not causing any issues, you've got provisions out there to protect the dogs and to protect the neighbours with more than, you know, if there are issues with the dogs. Do you support all areas other than those specified in the policy being on-lead areas? Yes, I do. I think it's really good that we have specific on-lead areas for our dogs. It's safe for people to go there. And I think if there's an area where there are off-leash areas near there, it's good to allow the dog just to be and to go and have, you know, to sniff and just be a dog. But I think it's also good for us to have our dogs on lead. The lady before talked about long lines, like a 10-metre long line. Well, if you have a young dog, I would never encourage that young dog to be off leash, because if you don't have a recall, then, you know, you've got problems, and that's half our issues. So having a long line is actually excellent. And 5 metres is probably a good limit, but 10 metres is good as well. So it's just using it correctly, but that's like with anything, isn't it? But I think it's really important there. Do you support extending the prohibited area? So no, I don't. I think it's people who walk there, I have experienced, are actually pretty sensible dog owners. I've not really seen anybody, any dogs, any time of the year, you know, running, chasing birds or anything. Everybody's pretty sensible. We put our dogs on the lead where we need to have them on the lead. And yeah, it's a nice walk and it's nice to be able to enjoy it with your dog. I mean, you know, we have dogs and it's nice to go somewhere which is a nice area and you respect the local bird life there. So I think it's really good. The extended part, obviously we're talking about the other side there. I don't think that's, you know, that can be designated for, as you said, for the birds, for people who don't have dogs and that want to go and enjoy the bird life. So I think that's good. Do you support prohibiting dogs at the Watchman Road Reserve? Yeah, I do. That's quite close to the airport and quite close to the busy road. So I personally wouldn't be encouraging people to take their dogs there. There's plenty of other places to go. That can be quite scary. The noises and things for dogs. They'll run and if they're not on a leash, they're you know, next minute you'll have a squash dog or something else. So it's not, I think that's very sensible to make that a non-dog area. And Port Beach Rest, I think in summertime it's quite busy. I think it's not a very large beach, so I don't think dogs really benefit that space. It's just taking your dog to the beach, but it's not a big beach, that one, is it? There's plenty of other places you can go with the dogs. Do you need seasonal on-lead requirements along the beach between West Shore and Bayview, protecting the nesting birds? I've put no, but just understanding for the bird breeding, I think in those little areas, if the dates are correct, if we get the dates right, then I think that would be pretty sensible for people to actually do that. You know, we can all live in harmony together, and people it just needs to be clear, maybe with a sign to explain, please put a lead on your dog because the birds are nesting between this date and this date. You know, please respect. I think if that's explained to the dog owners, the one thing is when you turn up with your dog at an area where there is an on-leash area, like the estuary, you know, you're busy thinking about lots of other things. So I think if it's clear enough that, yes, you can have your lead on here, but please, you can have an off-leash area, and then there's the on-leash area. So it's quite clear. So yeah, I think that would be really good. Because it's not that clear. It sort of says at the beginning that there isn't, this is on-leash, but I don't really see it anywhere else, especially if you go, so when you start walking on the track from where the apartments are, you go left, go along there, there's an open area, sort of grass area, so I sort of let my dog off for a bit, just have a bit of a run around, and then they're back on the lead going along the bridge, and then back the other way along there. But there isn't anywhere that says, I don't think, as you go back down onto the estuary part, that this is an on-leash area. But most people I've met, they go there specifically because it's an on-leash area. They have a dog that doesn't cope with other dogs. So we need to understand it's actually quite good for people who have a dog that they love and they want to take it for a walk, but have the opportunity to take it for a walk in a nice area, really. I think restricting no dogs there, well, where are they going to go? You know, it's not that exciting walking down the street. It's nice to go somewhere. Okay. What do we got? Do you support an additional exercise area? Yeah, I think that would be quite nice. At Dolbell Reserve. I've only been there once, and sort of a nice big open space. But I think it would be quite nice if there was a specific area. I don't think it needs to be contained with a fence or anything, but I think it would be nice to have something there. You know, people need places to go with their dogs. We've got plenty of dogs out there, people. Yeah, too many. So I think it's good if we can have something designated. Yeah, so what have I put here? Yeah, most people actually want to enjoy their dogs with them while they go for a walk. So why stop them enjoying our lovely city and its surrounding walks just because they have a dog? You know, most people are responsible dog owners. I know, you know, in general, we want the best for our dogs. We want to do the best for our dogs. I have clients that have got problems. They come to me because they've got problems to sort them. So I think it's really important that we do provide safe areas that are clearly designated, but it does allow us to enjoy our dogs. There's plenty of off-leash areas, but, you know, we can still take them to on-lead areas and enjoy those spaces with our dogs. So, yeah, that's me.
Excellent, thank you, Wendy. Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Tapney.
Morena,
Hi.
thank you for your submission, and feel free to not answer this question because I do ask sort of left field questions.
That's right.
Bylaws are no good to dogs. They don't read. So I'm wondering, this is really about us mitigating human behaviour for those that happen to own dogs, really. But the thought occurs to me, we've got a couple of areas where we have to share, not sure of the right terminology, but you've got dog activity, wildlife activity, reserve activity. Signs are great for humans. I'm just wondering if, as a dog trainer, I'm appealing to your expertise here, around whether or not there are things that council can do that might be more pertinent to the dog rather than the reader. I know it's a left field question, but are there certain things that dogs behave or respond to that prevent them from going into certain areas that council might consider as opposed to a sign?
You probably want to do a specific type of fencing that's low fencing. Doesn't have to be a solid fence, but if on the beach walk on West Shore there, where I've seen it's been designated for the birds, you know, having a couple of sticks posts sort of around that space is not going to stop a dog from going in and having a sniff. I mean, they've got very good senses, so you would be better off to have some form of probably, I don't know, about 1.5 foot of fence of something, or maybe a metre, something that a mesh that they don't get access to, and the owner can then call them off that area and then realise, oh, they should be on a lead. You know, in general, we're training humans, not really the dogs. The dogs are very smart. I've not met a dumb one yet. You know, it's actually training the humans how to teach their dog. Yeah, yeah. So I would do that for the birds, and maybe have that area off to the it's not there, but off to the left, where the box is, and then off to the left there. I mean, I'd have proper gate so people have to walk through it, and it's right there. The signage is right there. No dogs. Yeah.
Thank you. And if I may, one last question, Your Worship. So you say you live rurally, and you've given some great submissions and advice to council to consider. How often do you use the reserve areas within the city bounds?
The reserve areas.
Dog reserve.
The dog reserve areas. I actually personally avoid them.
Is that mostly because of the luxury of living rural? Well, not luxury, but the choice.
Yeah, and yes, I do. I've got 16 acres, so yeah, it's quite good. And for me, my dog gets plenty of exercise going along the riverbank, and you know, just avoiding busy spaces, because I got my dog for me, not for them to meet other dogs. Do you know what I mean? Dogs are over-socialised here. We need to understand that dogs are like people. They don't like everybody, you know, and we sort of feel like we have to take our dogs out to socialise with lots of dogs, and actually it's the worst thing we can do. So if we want a nice dog, we should, yeah, take them quieter spaces So that's what I do with my dogs. But when I do go out, I do know if I've got a well-behaved dog, I can take it to Napier Beach. And she just hangs with me, and yeah. So the reserves as such, I don't need to worry about that. But I do love going to the estuary. That's a really nice walk in the summer or spring or autumn. It's a different place to go. Get to see the water. My dog doesn't go in the water because we don't want them to go in the water there. But yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
Councillor Bogue.
Well, thank you, Wendy. So as someone who trains dogs and their owners, I'm sure those owners that you train would be very sensible. But what do you think, just a sort of a ballpark figure, what proportion of dog owners do you think have trained their dogs?
I think most of our proportion. Well, the people I see, they all train their dogs. They have all good intentions. It's just continuing with it. I don't know. I think you have more experts with people who, you get a dog and there is a lot of work involved. And, people forget that actually, yes, you're going away. What are you going to do with it? Where's it going to go? And so, yeah, there is probably, I don't know, there's probably about 20 to 30% that probably don't do that much. They just think the dog's going to learn, and it doesn't. We have to help them, really. No.
Right. Thank you very much for your time today, Wendy.
Thank you.
And I'd like to invite Christine Scott up to present, please. Welcome, Christine.
Thank you, Kristen. That one?
Yeah.
I'm Christine Scott. I've got an 11-year-old Vizsla Cross. He went to puppy school. He went to dog training courses, and he has done his Kiwi aversion training. And his two happy places are swimming in the sea and being in the bush. But I live in town, and I have a dog for company. It's good to walk, and it's good for me, it's good for us. We also have had our house robbed 3 times. And I don't want to be somebody who has to be fenced in with great big barriers around the place. And the dog is my security as well as my company. So I really value that. But I do want to be able to walk my dog, and I have pleaded with you in my submission not to cut off any more areas than we can. I do not want to have to drive my dog to a walk, because I consider that to be extremely bad for the planet. And so I'd like to walk him as much as I can directly from where I live. And where I live, we can't walk down the pavement, because it's a parking lot for cars. And then when we do get down, unfortunately, our pavements are covered in glass. And that is very bad for a dog. So, as quick as I can, I walk him straight to somewhere where I can give him a run on the beach, give him a swim, give him a playtime. Every walk has a playtime because he likes to play still. At the age of 11, chases a ball. I'm just pleading with you that Napier City actually is not very well catered for with places we can have the dogs. And I must admit, when he stays with my family down in the Hutt Valley, it's just wonderful, the facilities that they can take, the number of different walks I can take the dog. So that's my plea, is that for those, and I know that not all dogs are under control, and I agree with the last speaker, train the owners, not the dog. I mean, you've got to train the dogs, but it's the owners that are at fault, not the dog.
Thank you very much, Christine. Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Crystal.
When you talked about the beach, you do realise it's not both beaches down there, don't you?
I'm not sure which one you mean, but
It's the western beach, so the
I'm
one
taking
by
it
the
the very
port.
little one, which is the only place that's got sand at the moment.
Yeah, but yeah, it isn't both beaches. So
Yeah.
basically, it's allowing a space for people without that, maybe frightened of dogs and one
Yeah.
for dogs.
Any further questions? Thank you, Christine.
I would just add, by the way, that you talked about the Bayview Walkway. And again, it's a good place to run the dog on the grass, away from that. But I have seen someone with dog walking, when the birds are there, walking through that reserve, which you shouldn't be doing, down go to the dunes. But it's also fishermen. Unfortunately, there's park at the side of the road, walk across the reserve and straight down through the breeding, grounds where they are. And the only other thing that I have seen is when we've had lots of dotterels, which we haven't had the last few years, that if they do come up onto the grass, it's cyclists not keeping an eye out for them that are a problem. So you're going to ban cyclists on the cycleway too. So, it's a case of actually teaching people to be careful, I think, and be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And could we please have Gavin Ide up to present? And councillors, this submission was circulated separately. You should have it in front of you. It was received in time, but it didn't upload properly into your papers when they were given to you. So just...
Where is it?
Oh, it's on the hub. Sorry, I've got a paper copy in front of me. Welcome, Gavin.
Mayor, Council team staff. I think Anna's just handing out a 2-page statement that I'm about to read, so for your convenience. It's doing the rounds. Look, in our household we have 2 mini schnauzers currently, both are registered. In our household we've had dogs for over 20 years of one form or another. We live in Parklands, your successful subdivision development. So many of my points in my submission sort of focus in and around the Park Island, Parklands kind of vicinity, because that's my backyard. 4 key points for my presentation and for your consideration will cover the removal of the controlled areas to become the default on-lead areas. In the agenda pack, I didn't see a heck of a lot of commentary on the identification of any extra areas for dog exercise areas. Much of the focus was on what was in your statement of proposal. Certainly no commentary in there around the interim exercise area notion that I've offered up in my submission, so I'll touch on that a little bit further. The idea of inviting neighbours to comment for when someone is after 3 or more dogs on a property, and a so-called minor amendment which related to the Ahriri Estuary map, which I think is in Appendix 12. I'll come to that shortly. Look, in terms of number 1, on-lead areas, I suggest the council shouldn't confirm any of that stuff being the default until such time as you've really turned your minds to A, the prohibited areas, and B, the off-lead dog exercise areas. Then after each end of the spectrum have been considered, then your on-lead area default lands where it lands. I've reviewed the staff report in the agenda pack. I ran several keyword searches over it, and I still could not find any sort of commentary from staff on the identification of any extra exercise areas other than what was featured in the original statement of proposal consultation document. And while SIL's researchers report provides some great graphical analytics, there's no qualitative commentary whatsoever on some of the suggestions that I've made in my submission. In my submission, I suggested defining a number of the pathways and greenbelt reserves around Park Island, Parklands to be off-lead areas. They weren't in there in the 2014 bylaw. They're not there in the current proposal. I do wonder if it's an oversight, a long-standing oversight, because of that area being somewhat developed in the last decade or so. My suggestion and submission is to make those greenbelt and shared pathway areas on a par with the other greenbelts in and around the city, such as Westminster and the Plantation Drain. I'd also suggested in my submission the idea of an interim off-lead area. Now, if you've driven through Parklands, you would have travelled along Ahriri Drive. On the western side of that, there is what was the old paddocks, lagoon farm, kiwi fruit block, now growing nothing much more than grass, which is occasionally baled for hay. It is a very, very popular, albeit informal, area for dog exercise at the moment. And I would encourage you to adjust your bylaw and dog policy to ensure that that area is not precluded from being an off-lead area as it's currently widely used. I know it's earmarked for future sports fields and residential development, so my suggestion, hopefully a helpful one in my submission, is to perhaps identify that area as an interim dog exercise area. The notion of an interim suggests that it's somewhat temporary until something else changes. And I know that I suggest that there may be other places throughout Napier City that might fall in a similar category. Just point out that in section 1.52 of the agenda, and that's on page 8, the report claims that council has considered dog access rules in a comprehensive manner. To be honest, I've got to disagree. You can't make that claim until such time as you've turned your minds to all of the extra suggestions that have been made in submissions from over 600 people. And that is what your job is here today and tomorrow. Just turning your minds to only the handful of extra places for prohibitions or dog exercise areas that were in the consultation document, I think is insufficient. You need to look at what's been raised in the written submissions as well, including mine. So number 3, permits for 3 or more dogs on a property. I think the bylaw dog policy sets up a system where the council can issue a permission permit for owners having 3 or more dogs on a property. For the life of me, I cannot see how staff inform themselves to come to a decision. My suggestion here is at least provide the opportunity for adjoining neighbours to provide written comment as and when an application is made for 3 or more dogs on a property. With that information from the adjoining neighbours, that goes into the mix of many other whatever considerations the staff makes in declining or approving that permission permit. At the moment, it seems like there's no opportunity for adjoining neighbours to have a say. This is and number 4, staff recommendations. It's not something I explicitly submitted on, but having read the agenda pack, I feel I need to comment on it, and it relates to the map that's in Appendix 12 of your bundle. In the staff recommendations at page 3, it simply asks Council to note the contents of the report, including a minor amendment to the estuary map. At this point in time, I'm urging you to reject that staff recommendation. The minor amendment referenced by staff is far from anything minor, and it will, in my opinion, have some perverse consequences. It appears that staff are recommending that the extended prohibited area around the Ahriri Estuary is based on advice from Mr. Tony Billing, and I know Tony I've known Tony for many, many years now. His statement is actually in Appendix 10, not 1. With all due respect to Tony, his advice is relatively one-dimensional as a wildlife expert. As councillors, you have a range of additional factors to contemplate in your decision-making, and that is the recreational needs of your community, your residents, your dog owners, pathway users, many other things, as well as the bugs, critters, birds in and around the estuary. I think Tony's advice blurs disturbance from off-lead roaming dogs versus dogs that are on lead with their responsible human guardians. The the prohibited extension would disconnect a wonderful network of shared pathways, particularly for dog walkers. So there I'm saying, I think it's the Purimu pump station, from that part of the pathway, over the tide gates, under the expressway, joining up to the embankment road bridge, I think should be an on-lead area, not a prohibited area for dogs. That way, it retains some connection with the extensive pathway network elsewhere through the city. So, in short, I'm saying that stretch of pathway should not be a prohibited area. There should be a carve-out so it remains an on-lead area. So, thanks for the opportunity to present this submission.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gavin. Any questions? I just have a question for council officers with regards to the permit process for more than 2 dogs. Do we currently consult with neighbours of the people that are applying for a permit?
Mind you, not.
Thank you.
Yes, we do. We online forms downloaded, neighbourhoods to know for your opinion. We ask you to nominate 3 neighbours that give consent, and then it's more important for us when we're doing the inquiries, the neighbours that weren't named, and also so yes, it is.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. Thank you very much for your time today, Gavin.
Thank you.
And our next submitter is joining us online, so welcome Elsa McGilvery Howard, and I've probably just pronounced that completely wrong.
Oh, you did a beautiful job. Kia ora, everybody. I'm Elsa McGilvery Howard, and I'm known as probably the most experienced dotterel, better dotterel researcher in New Zealand. So I want to very much thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to thank you for taking on this very challenging question, and I'm also a dog owner, so I have learnt some things the hard way. I really think it's when you make a law and when you commit to a law like this, you're setting an intention, but you're also setting an example or creating that wildlife is important to you as a council listener. So I want to thank you for that, and I also want to thank you for the wide thoughts you've put into this, and that a law is only as good as cooperation, because without cooperation, our society comes to bit. So you've actually, this is I think it's a well thought out law in the sense that there's something for all in this, as far as I can tell. So I'm really hoping that you will use me here as a resource, but I thought I'd just open up. I've got a few PowerPoint slides for you, and really I'm a resource for your questions about better dotterel and dogs. So I'll just start sharing my screen. Can I just check that my audio is okay?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. I'm wondering, share, okay. PowerPoint slide. Can you see something?
We can.
Okay, so the purpose of putting these slides up for you is not all of you will know banded dotterel, and I'm trying to move it so that you recognise it, and it's something from the hypothetical, it actually becomes something that you can recognise and relate to. So this is our archetypal male banded dotterel, and you can see that in good conditions and in strong breeding plumage, is actually very visible to us at this moment. So I'm going to go through, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my next slide. Hey, Ted, excuse me. How do I get my next slide? Oh, no, we've got one. Okay, great. Got it.
Thanks, Ted.
Sorry, I've got Ted's amazing with us. Okay, so I'm just going to move through so you can see the issue around banded dotterels and dogs is that our banded dotterels, all their sparks are about invisibility. And we have the issue that the dog's nose is all about scent, and that evolutionary, because there's been no presence of mammals in our ecosystems, there's been no pressure on our birds to remove their fragrance, and dogs smell them very well. We see that birds who have evolved in places where there are mammals, so with Australian birds, for example, when they come here, they already have smarts to mask their scent, so they're doing a lot better than our wet endemics. Now, this is a female sitting on a nest, so you can see that she's pretty well camouflaged. Now, I just put this slide in from 2 days ago. I'm at the point of my research where I start to look at who comes back to nest. So I'm going into my, I think it's 9th or 8th year of research. Now, I just, I'm going to use my cursor. Can you see my cursor?
Yep.
Sorry, was that a yes? I don't have very good. Great. Okay, so I was, okay, so we have a banded dotterel here. So we notice that the light's not good. And we have another female here. So we only have 2 banded dotterels on the speech at this moment in this picture. And the reason I know this is because I have a thermoscope, which I can use in the winter to make them clear for me to see, and then I can see them. However, you can see how people can't see them, and you can see why people tell you that there aren't any birds there. I just want to make this issue very clear for you. So here we have a nest, and once again, the nest is in good light. So you can see the nest, but your dog can smell the nest, but you can't see the nest. I know the nest is there because I've watched the behaviour of the birds. And this is, I think this is one of my last slides. I'm just showing, here we've got Rhonda, and she's looking at a newly hatched chick. So can you clearly see your newly hatched chick? In fact, we have, I'm looking, we've got more.
Oh, no.
So I want you to, and also these chicks, once they hatch, they become nomadic. So they're no longer associated with the nest, they're associated with the parent birds. So hopefully these slides have showed you and made you aware of some of the issues that we have. So I'm just going to, I do a lot of research around this area, but dogs is only one of the things I'm looking at, because banded dotterels throughout New Zealand are doing really quite badly. And it's important to protect what we have so that we keep the gene pool wide enough so that when we do have the technological resources, maybe to bring back species, this is something we can do, because sometimes we find that with some birds, that like blackstock and New Zealand shore plover, that their gene pool is so narrow that they have, or also kakapo, almost no chance of survival in the future. So I had 3 memorable events from last year, or dog ones. I had many, many dog interactions on the beach, and many ones where people were not aware. Now, the first one I'm going to talk about is that occurred in mid-September. A nest was just hatching. And so the female and male had been sitting full-time on that nest for around about 30 days. A man middle-aged man walked from the camping ground, and he had his dog on a retractable lead. His dog was a Jack Russell, and he took the retractable lead off at the edge of the beach, and the dog ran straight for the hatching nest. He couldn't control his dog, and I ran, because I'm the person that knows at stake how long the birds have sat there. So I ran, and then there was probably 10 minutes of complete chaos where he couldn't catch his dog. but his dog was still attracted to the drossels. The parent birds were incredibly agitated. I managed to scoop up the Jack Russell, which was a bloody miracle, and the nest failed. Second dog incident was we went to Gooch's in the evening, which is a family beach, and there was a young child trying to control a dog that was chasing seagulls and nesting drossels. We had 2 nesting drossels, and of course, once again, they've been sitting on their eggs, and the dog was snapping at their tails and chasing them into the water. This continued for half an hour until the kid could control his dog, but the parent came and called off the dog. The nests both failed, but they failed for different reasons. But it was, as a researcher, it was horrific to see. Now, the third one was actually about New Year's Eve, I think, when you required a photo for the media, and so we went down to one of the nests we knew needed banding, and we trapped and collected an adult bird and went through the process of banding her. So my husband, I was his technician and feeding him the bands. He was applying the bands with special banding pliers. And what we didn't do, we were so intent on banding the bird, we didn't see a dog come onto the beach. The dog was probably a Cairn Terrier, and it was off a lead. Now, this was really interesting to see, because usually a banded drossel, the chicks can't fly away, the eggs can't fly away, but the adult bird can fly away. But Ted was actually holding the bird, and because it was contained, the dog jumped straight into his lap to catch the bird. Now, it was all incredibly quick, and you can imagine there was a lot of really upset people. Well, we were all upset, including the people that had the dog, of course. And Ted's waving the bird above his head to save the bird's life. So these are things that we see. And look, obviously, we don't live on the beach, so we don't have the resources to follow everything. But what we do is, we do have advocacy. But I just wanted you to see some of the interactions that we see. So my suggestion to you is that you go with the lead on the beach bylaw. There is, if it's not too confusing, when birds are not present, I don't know your beach very well, but if they're not present, if it's outside the drossel season, so there's 5 months where perhaps a lead is not necessary. But of course, if you say that sometimes a lead is necessary and sometimes it's not, that makes it really difficult for the implementation of that law, because it's confusing. You don't want things to be confusing. However, one of the things that we see is when we talk about dog training and people training, people, when they walk their dogs, they frequently are not attentive to their dogs. And the retractable lead is a disaster for this, because the dog he's a forager and he is a scavenger, and not every dog is this, but we actually see dogs that are. So they're snuffling along. The parent has no idea, and we need education to teach people that our birds, when the birds are agitated, they are telling us something about the requirement of attention and discipline for their dog. So, I mean, hopefully that will give you some idea. Now, I'm just in the process of looking at my data over the last
Sorry, Elsa. I just want to interrupt for a moment. We have actually had the bell ring. Give you another minute or two to round up, please.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much for that. We have 88 predations on nests here in this graph. You can actually see that 10% are dogs. Of course, 40% 40 out of the 88 a cat, oh no, percentage are cats. However, in this unknown predators, this can be the dogs that we don't actually see predating the nest. So I just want, like, dogs is not our major predator for dotterels, but I just want to show you that when a species is not doing well, that roughly 10% of predations is extremely significant. Thank you.
Excellent.
And I'm obviously open to questions, and I hope that I've given you something that's useful for you.
Oh, you have. Thank you very much. And just one question from myself. One of our earlier submitters advised that the time period that's currently included in the policy in terms of the breeding season wasn't correct, and advised that it should be July to January. Is that correct? What is the correct?
Because I'm guessing that you're a little bit more northern than us, so you might have earlier nests. The earliest nest I've ever heard of in New Zealand is in Birdlings Flat on the 3rd of August. So with July, the birds are they're back, but they're actually posturing, they're setting up. You know, they're doing getting ready, preparing for nesting. So that is not normally a problem. And we still, in Kaikoura, we would still see the last fledglings, say, to mid-February. That's what we see, and I'm not quite sure of the actual figures. It would be worth checking. There will be information in Napier because I know there's people researching them or at least following them, and it will be site-specific because it's a bit function of temperature.
Excellent, thank you. Any further questions from councillors? Councillor Tapani.
One straightforward question. Your example with regards to the terrier and the interaction around the protection of the bird on that location, how aware, in your opinion, was the owner of the sensitivity of that area? If they weren't aware and became aware as a result of your interaction, what was the general response? Was it keen to get to a resolution, or was it one of disregard?
I think when people actually see the issue, you get a real change in respect. In both those locations, there was potentially signage. In fact, in one of them, that very morning, we put in some fantastic signs. However, it was the critical thing in those issues were that the owner got to experience the problem. There was no, with a kid, it was different because it was a child and the child really didn't get it, but the owners both were in the, what's the word? They got it, 100%, they got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for your time today, Elsa. It's been very useful to have that additional information. Thank you.
And I wish you well, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye. Now, I notice we do have another gentleman online with us. Just wanting to check in, are you making a submission to us today? Because we could do that now. We have a little bit of time before our morning tea break. I can't read your name, sorry, my eyes aren't good. Stuart.
No, he works for us.
Oh, he's an officer? Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Oh, well, welcome to the team, Stuart.
Okay. That being the case, we can break for morning tea. Our next group of submitters will be starting at 10:45 a.m. You get him in line, Max. Right, welcome back everybody to our dog control bylaw hearing, and we have our next group of submitters here to speak to us. Just a reminder to submitters that you have 10 minutes to speak, and that includes some questions from elected members, and that also your presentations must relate directly to your written submission. And first up, we have Tony Oliver. So Tony, if you would come to the front, thank you.
Kia ora koutou.
Welcome.
Through you, Madam Chair, councillors, mana whenua. My name's Tony Oliver. I'm a refugee from Auckland. I've been here 4 years.
Welcome.
Congratulations. Kia ora. Very briefly, before I have a very small statement to read out, but very briefly, I've been a park ranger, parks manager for 43 years, decided to semi-retire and come down to this beautiful area. I'm very fortunate. I live in Kent Terrace and I back onto Maggie's walkway and the reserve, and it's an absolutely magnificent area. Anyway, firstly, congratulations to Council on updating the dog policy. I support your policy objectives to minimise the problems caused by dogs, provide safe environment for community through active enforcement and education of owners. I note the Dog Control Act requires Council to minimise danger, distress and nuisance to the community and prevent uncontrolled access by dogs to public places frequented by children. Maggie's Way has children wandering through all times of the day. We had 3 little children making a video on our property the other day. It was absolutely fantastic. So my property boundaries Maggie's Way, as I've said. I've seen an increase in dogs over the past 4 years since we've arrived. Maggie's Way has been turned into a beautiful wildlife area and walkway through ongoing community plantings and pest control. It's frequented by many children and schools that come to see and feed the wildlife. The New Zealand dab chick now breeds there. For those of you that don't know what it is, it's a very small, like duck, and the chicks sit on mum on the back and go around the pond, if they survive. Sadly, the reserve's has become a dog off-lead area. Dogs are running wild, chasing and attacking wildlife. Not only are visitors intimidated by dogs, we have dogs on our property attacking our pets and bailing up our neighbours. Dogs have jumped fences and attacked pets. During 1 week, I had 4 dogs on my property attacking my cat. As I've said, I'm a retired parks manager. During my career, from 17 years old, I've worked with dogs, I've owned dogs. I've dealt with many dog issues, from sheep attacks, from sleeping for 3 weeks in paddocks trying to shoot dogs, attacking sheep where you lose 70 a night. I've seen small children bitten and go to hospital. I've put dogs down with my park rangers on the spot. I've seen it all, and I've worked with communities to create walkways safe for sheep and children to walk through many parks. It's about educating the public. I'm currently working with Hawke's Bay Regional Council with Pest Control, Napier City, New Zealand Landcare and local iwi on plantings on the reserve. I'm also part of the National Kākapik Recovery Program. To meet the objectives of the Act, Council needs to provide a safe environment for visitors, wildlife and neighbours. This must be done through effective education for dog owners through signage, showing what the status of each reserve is. Currently, there is no dog signage at Maggie's Way. To meet your active enforcement objective, Council needs to provide support and training for all staff, all officers, all Council employees should be able to approach the public. I have park staff asking me, what should I do when their heels are being bitten by dogs? And I mean that sincerely. What should I do? And I say, there are no signs up. Park staff have said to me they don't approach some owners because they get abused. I have been abused when asking people to place their dogs on a lead whilst I get the dogs off my property. At one time, in front of a council manager, I was on the track and I had the same dog that I got off my property 2 weeks prior. The council manager said nothing and I got into a discussion with the gentleman. Sadly, dog owners see this area without signage as a dog off-lead area. I watch people walk their dogs along the footpath up Kent Terrace and release them as soon as they hit Maggie's Way. Young families have informed me that they no longer feel safe walking around Maggie's Way. We, the neighbours, and our pets should not be attacked or intimidated on our own property. And I have fences that these big dogs jump over to get my cat. And I'm thinking about getting a dog too, so I'm not a dog hater. Had dogs all my life. Visitors must be able to use the facility without fear of intimidation or attack. And I won't mention the dog feces. I feel sorry for the lawnmower man. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tony. Councillors, do you have any questions?
One, if I may.
Yep, Councillor Tarpany.
Thank you for your submission. Given your background with the Department of Conservation, and I know that DOC has tried a number of different approaches to encourage mostly human behavioural change, how, in your opinion, how effective is signage in these spaces, in your opinion, from your experience?
In my experience, it was imperative that we have signage educating people. It wasn't about know this, know that. It was about please keep your dog on a lead. You're entering a wildlife area. Without signage, your park staff they don't feel comfortable approaching. I was very fortunate. I had up to 40 staff, 25 park rangers, and their job was dedicated to looking after the parks. And that would be public, livestock. They were trained in how to approach the public. I'm finding that your park staff, your gardeners, they won't go near anything like that. They don't feel comfortable. They are officers of council. If there are rules on the parks, they should be approaching them. They shouldn't be leaving it up to the neighbours or the general public to try and control the situation. So I think, answering your question, signage is imperative. It's got to be written right, has to be in the right places and replaced regularly. And I think the message will get out there. If your park staff are out there mowing the lawns or doing stuff, they can just say, look, you're in a dog off-lead area, can you please put your dog on a lead? It's done in a nice way. It's called educating the public. And it does work. Because I've had to separate livestock. I've had public walkways through the middle of parks where we've had killings before, we've had children bitten, and it can work. Signage is imperative.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Hi, Tony. Thank you very much for your submission. I just wonder, with your wealth of experience, one of the, if you could maybe provide some kind of advice, one of the, challenges of a bylaw like this is we have responsible dog owners who are looking for off-lead spaces for their dogs as well, and it's around finding appropriate places for that, and acknowledging as soon as you have reserves, we also have wildlife to work with, so you're not going to find probably an off-lead area that has no other competing interests. So have you had any great examples or can see any great examples that maybe we're missing of where we could provide that safe off-lead space for responsible dog owners as well?
The ironic thing is these people walk up Kent Terrace. On the left is huge open areas, which is the water containment area. They don't go near it. No one plays in it. No one goes near it. Huge open areas. Yet they'll walk straight up Maggie's Way into the walkway because it's beautiful. I've seen dogs going pheasants up in the bush. It's Maggie's Way, the waterway's been shut down this year with a bacteria. Unfortunately, it got too hot and the weeds sort of taken over. The regional councils put up warning signs, don't let your dog go in the pond. Well, all we hear is yelling and screaming, get out of the pond, get out of the pond, and dogs going after the ducks. You hear people apologising all the time because their dogs rushed up to people. We hear a lot from where we are, and it's very sad to hear that it's constant, the apologies or the dogs sort of rushing on ahead and going people. So I think, coming back to your question, yeah, there are smaller opportunities. I wouldn't say push them all into those areas. I'm sure Mr. White will have better understanding of all the areas than me. But I know that just on my road alone, there's beautiful open areas that they won't go near. I don't know if they can't see over the hill when they're walking up.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
I've got one.
Councillor Bogue.
Oh, thank you. Do you support the addition of an exercise area at Dolbell?
I've been to Dolbell a few times. And I understand that, like Maggie's Way, there's a beautiful recreation area being created. As soon as you allow that area to be overrun with dogs and feces, the young families that are using it now, they won't go there. Park Island is a great place for dogs, walking on lead, off lead. There's feces around there, and you don't have to take children there. Small areas that you have created in the bush zone that are very attractive, you can still keep them separate for children to play in. I can't walk around Maggie's Way without standing in dog crap. I'm sorry, that's the only way to put it. Because the owners are quite happy to let them run out, and that's what they want them to do. So I think if you turn Dolbell, I think you just have to be careful. And I'm not an expert on Dolbell, but I think you really need to look at that and be very careful about what you do.
Right. Thank you very much for your time today, Tony. Much appreciated.
Thank you, councillors. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Angela Cave to present, please.
Yeah, there aren't any signs there.
Welcome.
Right. Hi there. Yeah, I'm Angela Cave, and this is my son, Griff. He's just over a year old, and I'm part of the Save the Dotterels Hawke's Bay group, and I just have a quick submission just about my passion for dotterels and my love for New Zealand wildlife. So I've called New Zealand home now for about 7 years. My husband is a Kiwi, and we met in my home country, Canada. He explained that Canada has some awesome animals which do not exist in New Zealand. I later learned that New Zealand has no native mammals, other than bats, which I couldn't believe. New Zealand may not have any charismatic land mammals, but it's a place that has some of the most beautiful and unique birds in the whole world. New Zealand's native and endemic birds are at a huge disadvantage compared to other native and endemic species in different countries, like Canada. I have never known personally of any species in Canada being threatened or even nationally vulnerable, but I feel like it's commonplace in New Zealand to hear about native species being critically endangered or even extinct. We are all aware that the introduction of non-native species has had a massive impact on the survival of New Zealand's wildlife. The banded and New Zealand dotterels face many of these introduced threats, including stoats, rats, hedgehogs, and cats, and we do not need dogs to contributing further to their demise. We know that dogs not only chase and disturb nesting shorebirds, but they also eat the eggs and the chicks as well. I love watching the plump banded dotterel dart along the beach in a comical start-stop way. Seeing these birds brings me so much joy, and I want to help preserve that for the future generations. I don't want to have to explain to my son that there are no dotterels left because I didn't do everything I could to save them when I had the chance. What kind of place will New Zealand be if it only has the invasive, introduced species that are slowly taking over the country? We must focus our conservation on New Zealand's native wildlife. If we don't protect them, New Zealand will no longer be the special and enchanting place it is. It's not too late to make a difference. Let's come together and unite to protect our precious wildlife. Stricter dog control bylaws will help New Zealand's wildlife have a greater chance for growth and prosperity. Dogs have always been and always will be man's best companion animal, but dog owners need to realize that we must live in harmony with New Zealand's wildlife so both can flourish. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Angela. Councillors, any questions of Angela? Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Angela, with your local expertise, obviously you witnessed the birds landing and nesting and leaving. Can you just help us clarify the dates that they land and nest in?
So in Hawke's Bay, generally we see sightings probably end of July. That's when they're actually trying to find their mates. And they'll start nesting as early as August, and generally will be finished by about January or February. Yeah, so it's quite a long season. That's why it would be, or we quite like to have the dog control bylaw to be annual, that they have to be on lead, rather than just the seasonal, because it is quite an extensive time period.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
time, Angela. I'd now like to invite Paddy Cooper, please. Welcome, Paddy.
Thanks, Kirsten. Morning, everyone. My name is Paddy Cooper. My wife and I, my wife's here with me today. We live at Ferguson Street, Bayview, which is just 4 houses back from the pathway. And we've been there for 20 years. And for the first few years, we always enjoyed walking along the pathway. It had only just been created when we arrived there. And watching the dotterels, watching the chicks. They'd often be running around on the grass beside the pathway. And then after a few years of that, a dog arrived in the street. Well, people arrived with the dog, and the owner would walk along the pathway twice a day, from Bayview to West Shore and back, and the whole time the dog would be ferreting around on the beach, looking for eggs to eat. And it did. And during the time they were there were no chicks hatched. So that was probably about 4 years. And during that time, we found out that they were native to New Zealand, the dotterels. These banded dotterels we have there, they're kind of clever. And so they're endemic to New Zealand, which means they breed here. And they're on the endangered list. They're classed as threatened, which means threatened with extinction. And we just couldn't believe it, that this was allowed to happen. Dogs running around right through the nesting area, eating the eggs, as well as other things that I'm not here to talk about today, quad bikes driving through and other things. So I thought, okay, well, let's try and do something about it. So I'll just move on the screen a slideshow, but it shows that the eggs look very much like stones, very hard to see, and the chicks even more so. Very vulnerable, and you can see why the eggs, the dogs would eat the chicks as well as the eggs. So Mum watching the chick. Now that is actually a dotterel, but it's a New Zealand dotterel, and everybody knows that dogs love chasing birds. No doubt you'll have had a lot of submissions from owners who say, my dog doesn't chase birds. Well, some do, and unfortunately, of course, we need to, as experienced by us, it only takes one bird to wipe out a whole population, a whole season of
One dog.
breeding. So, yeah, so we absolutely need legislation that the dogs have to be on lead. So that's a banded dotterel. These are the ones that are on our beach. Not just Bayview, there's Aotearoa as well, but nobody's actually gone there yet. But within the Napier City boundaries, yeah, they well, just talking about Bayview at the moment, there's it's one of the main areas for breeding. Just a few photos of dogs chasing birds, just general ones. Now, we've developed a good relationship with the council and staff. Jason Tickner, in particular, has been really helpful, and he's put three or four of these signs up. We got them off the regional council, and Doc, you see the signs down the bottom there. Now, I understand there's a Doc person who the people, was it Paulina and Matt, actually consulted with, who said that dogs aren't a problem for dotterels. Well, I just can't understand it, where that information, because we've had Doc officers who've been really helpful to us, and they know it is, including the President of Birds New Zealand. And this sign here has a little thing on it saying keeping dogs on leads. So, as I say, this is a regional council dock sign. So dock is generally on board. This is a dock sign that I've been putting up annually. And another one, it's a really good one, birds nesting, please do not disturb. This is my little nest of signs that I've got in my shed. I'm a wood carver, so there's a lot of other stuff around. And not only those, but there's some more there. You see the ones standing up there. They say, dotterel nest, please stay away. Dock signs given to me by dock rangers who support us. And again, down the bottom there, you'll see there's a no dog sign. So obviously, DOC as an organisation recognises dogs as being a problem for dotterels, and one of those birds there mentioned is the dotterel. Just a few. I just need to keep an eye on here. Make sure I've got everything. So every year I've been putting these signs up. These ones here were actually made for us by DOC. So I've been putting all these signs up every year. Hasn't made much difference. I'm not speaking against what the previous speaker said. We need signs and we need education, but we've also been speaking to, we're blue in the face, speaking to people directly on social media, numerous posts on social media, and as I said, it doesn't make a lot of difference. We need legislation. I've actually had a woman pull out a phone while she's talking to me and say, look, City Council, dog off lead area. So we need it to be a dog on lead area. Just getting to the dates, I've seen them arrive as early as June, the end of June, July is when the first ones normally arrive. As Angela said, nesting in August. So August should be the latest time, please, when it should be enforced, if it's to be seasonal. Through to January, chicks are still running around in January. But we'd really like it to be dog on lead all year round. I spoke to Jason Tickner about this, and he said, "Oh, it's no brainer. Like, it needs to be all year round. It's just too hard to enforce." Because for 6 months of the year, the dog owners are able to run their dogs off lead, and then who's going to tell them that it's now time for you to put the dogs on the lead? And as the previous speaker said, it's very difficult to talk to these people sometimes. I should say that 90% of the people or more are really nice, very happy to comply. "Oh, sorry, never realised." But there are those that are difficult. And unfortunately, it's those ones that we have to make these rules for. So please consider seriously having it all year round. We've had the ranger from City Council out, Ray. He's the head ranger, I think. He actually put signs at the end of the pathways and one in the middle, probably 4 or 5 years ago now. Please keep your dogs on the lead. Nobody takes any notice of it. Well, not nobody, but there are plenty who don't take any notice of it. And Ray also, he was helpful. He came out to us when there was a dog off lead, killed our cat, and he came out and dealt with that. Not only killed our cat, but attacked the person who went to help. So yes, as I said, please consider having it dogs on lead all year round. So these signs do work for 90% of the people, but not the rest. Quad bikes is another matter, but we're not here to talk about that today. So DOC is on board with having dogs under control, and it's just so obvious, isn't it? Dogs under control in wildlife areas. So these are examples of the signage in practice, and see here. It's a little dot on the nest. Does that mean I've got to hurry up? The previous owner's quite quick, so can I sneak a little bit of their time? Just another example of, that's another example of the camouflaged eggs. The quad bike's going straight over them, but that's not the point. It's just that they're so hard to see. First meeting of the New Zealand Dotterel, the Hawke's Bay Dotterel group. We've got over 300 members now. Wow. Our Facebook page, please join. Yeah, Save the Dotterels Hawke's Bay. It's a closed group because we got some people who were, what do they call them, trolls. Just a few more photos of the Dotterels, just so you can fall in love with them. Now this one, I believe Elsa talked this morning, and oh, she's amazing. She's like, I think I'm a bit of a nutter, really, and I'm sure I know there's people in our street that do, but Elsa, she sleeps on the beach sometimes. She's that committed, and because they have other problems there and down in Kaikoura. So these ones here on the left there, that's a pair of dotterels building a nest. Now you don't see a nest on top of the ground. They build a nest under the stones and I've never actually seen this, but one day I came, there was a nest that got, a wave went over the top and took it out, but I'd put sticks in. So I knew where the nest was, and I thought, oh, I wonder if the eggs are there. So it had been abandoned, obviously, and so I dug down. I didn't find the eggs, but I was really surprised about that far down below the stones. There's a layer of shells. And I suppose it's, with any ground movement, means the eggs aren't going to sink down into the stones and get crushed. And the previous speaker this morning from Birds New Zealand, Lynn sent me a photo of one that built them on top. Generally, they're under the ground. So this all needs to take place before they lay their eggs. And then there's, so as I say, the nesting starts in August, but there's a bit of preparation goes on before then. Just to, this is from Ailsa. She's a fabulous photographer. This is in today a dog ate my eggs. I had been sitting on them for more than 3 weeks. That was an actual event. It wasn't just a pretty photo with a thing. Elsa is out there all the time. She knows exactly what's going on. Just to support also having it on lead all year round. Dogs have attacked people walking. This is in the Bayview West Shore Pathway area. I've seen them attack a cyclist. I've seen them attack people running. And there's lots of children walk on the pathway. I noticed that most of the on-lead, all the on-lead areas are, like all the streets are on-lead where there's housing, presumably because you presume there's people there. There's actually, on any given day, there's a lot more people go along this pathway than the street. They go down they park in the parkways and parking areas and walk the pathway. And you go down there in the weekend and it's fairly packed. So just to finish off, I'd just like to say, one more thing, short leads. If you can consider asking for short leads, because there seems to be a new thing now. There's people who have leads as long as this room. They have them wound up like this, and I've seen there's one dog dog owner that walks along right beside the waves, which is fine, but his dog's up on the top, going right through the nesting area. So please make it short leads too. Just in summary, I know you'll have a lot of emotive people presenting and writing submissions, but please just consider is doing the right thing. We are kaitiaki of this area, and we need to look after them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paddy. I'll just open up for any questions. Councillor Bowe?
Paddy, about how many dotterels are in that Bayview area, do you know?
I would say, I've never done, this year we're going to start doing a proper study of them. Not quite as much as Ailsa, but, and so I'll be able to answer that question better next year, but probably 10 or a dozen along the pathway area.
Thanks. And where do they go when they fly away?
I wouldn't have a clue, but I presume the early ones, because a lot of them don't arrive till like September, October. September anyway. So I presume they stay somewhere. The Ailsa's ones, some of them stay down there. Not necessarily on the Kaikoura beach, but in the vicinity. I've never seen any around here in winter. There are some that fly to Australia, so maybe the ones that arrive later do that. Yeah, incredible journey.
Thanks.
Councillor Tupney?
My question is really around the size and scale of the area that the dotterels might occupy. We get maps with highlighted areas suggesting where they're nesting in this current period, etc., etc. From your experience amongst those who are watching the dotterels, how sizable a chunk of the coastline do the birds need? And when you say making that an all year round ban, would you see that including physical structures such as a basic fence, low fence to help keep dogs and vehicles out of key areas? Or do you think the education campaign would be sufficient as a start?
It's already fencing.
As I said, education doesn't work.
There is already fencing out.
But we're not here to talk about the quad bikes, so I'll leave that out. But definitely the fencing would help with that. But the fencing wouldn't help with the dogs. They just need to be on short leads the whole time.
So the Mayor's taken the opportunity to remind me that there is fencing up there, and I've noted in other areas where they've placed fenced areas that the dotterel doesn't always decide to stay within the fence.
Yes.
So does the fenced or indicated area on our coastline cover sufficient area for us to at least have some confidence around continuing to work in that space? Or do you find through your observations that the dotterel can nest outside of those reserved areas?
Oh yes, definitely. Definitely they nest a long way outside of the area that we're talking about. But we're talking about dog control today, I believe that all the other areas of Bayview, for example, they nest right along the Bayview beach, I think as far as East River. But all the rest is already on dogs on lead. Anywhere where there's housing, it's on lead. The only off-lead area is that Bayview to West Shore pathway.
Right.
So we're asking for that to be included as on lead.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah. Cool.
Thank you so much for your time today, Paddy. Much appreciated.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Angie Denby, and have we got Sue with you as well today?
Yes.
Welcome, ladies.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the dog control bylaw review. I'm Angie Denby and this is Sue McDonald, and we are speaking on behalf of the Ahriri Estuary Protection Society. So we're an organisation who for 40 years have been advocating for the wildlife and habitat at Ahriri Estuary. Every month we have a clean-up around the estuary, Pandora Pond up to the embankment bridge, and fill up black sacks, and thankfully the Napier City Council picks them up for us. So we're grateful for that. So the area that I'm particularly talking about is from Pandora Pond up towards the bridges, under the bridges, and where the straight channel is to the left, the Southern Marsh area, and to the right, the West Shore Wildlife Lagoon, which also includes the scrapes. And my understanding is that is called the Ahriri Wildlife Refuge. And refuge is the highest legal standing for a conservation type area. So when I look at your proposed dog control bylaw review, I see you intend to prohibit dogs on the Humber Street walkway, and we really welcome that and feel it's long overdue. On a monthly basis, we see increasing dog excrement on the walking path and bags with excrement in it tossed into the bushes and into the long grass, despite there being signage asking for people to pick up their dog poo and to have their dog on a lead. We also regularly see dogs off lead chasing birds in that area, despite the signage. So signage is a big issue. We feel it really needs upgrading. It needs to be really informative and very visible, and explain what a wildlife refuge is and why the area needs protection from the disturbance of dogs. So any increase in human activity, particularly if it's accompanied by the intrusion of dogs, potentially pushes threatened bird populations to either deserting the environment or to local extinction. And we, as a group, are very keen to make a financial contribution to signage. So we want to follow that up with you. So what are we trying to protect? So the birds of Ahriri Estuary. So it's written in reports that there are up to 55 species in the estuary area. So it covers these different categories. Endemic birds, so they are the birds which are in their natural breeding range and exist nowhere else in the world. And that is mentioned by the gentleman who spoke first. The New Zealand dabchick is one of those, the paradise shelduck, the wrybill, and the variable oyster catcher, and the banded dotterels. And they all live in the estuary area. So another category is the native birds. So they're the biggest number of species in the estuary, and that means they're naturally found here, and it includes self-introduced birds from Australia. And the ones you may know are the royal spoonbill, the pied stilts, pukeko, kingfisher, white-faced heron, Australasian harrier, amongst many others. So then there's the common and the uncommon migrants. And they're the ones that travel long distance to come to our estuary every summer. And the most common one that you'll know about is the bar-tailed godwit. There's also the marsh sandpiper, the red knot, and the sharp-tailed sandpiper. And they move annually and seasonally between their breeding and non-breeding areas. So the godwits actually breed in Alaska, and then they come to New Zealand to feed in our summer. They travel across the Pacific non-stop, 8 or 9 days flying, to rest and feed at the estuaries. We have about 200 to 300 regular ones that come to the Ahriri estuary in the summer, and some of the juveniles stay over the winter. And then there are the introduced birds that were brought here by people, and that is birds such as the mallard ducks, geese and swans. So studies, I think done for the City Council by Steedle and Powell in 2006, reported that disturbance for birds has shown that visual intrusion causes greater stress than audible intrusion. So any increased frequency of people and dogs on stop banks will have a cumulative effect on the wildlife. We strongly request that stop banks remain prohibited to dogs. So this estuary is one of the most important wildlife habitats on the North Island southeast coast and is listed in a worldwide inventory of wetlands in the New Zealand area. Currently, the tenure is with DOC and the Napier City Council and some private landowners. It is a designated DOC wildlife refuge and a Napier City Council wildlife refuge. So moving across to the West Shore Wildlife Lagoon, we take groups to see the godwits there, and we know that the Scrapes area is where the godwits roost twice a day at high tide, year round. Now, another little creature that could be encouraged to grow there is the common skink. It has been rarely sighted at the West Shore Wildlife Lagoon, but it's certainly a perfect habitat for it if it had the chance. And that's another creature threatened by dogs. I know the maps that you put together kind of changed over this period of time, and you initially had the Scrapes area as a dog on lead area, but I think that's been removed now, if I'm correct. It was hard to sort of follow.
There's an officer's recommendation to remove it, yes.
Thank you. So, Te Mana o Te Tau, the Aotearoa New Zealand Biodiversity Strategy, guides the way to work to protect and restore nature. And we are responsible to safeguard nature for the future, to lower the stress and human disturbance of our wildlife at Ahriri Estuary. People with their dogs have the choice to go somewhere else. The wildlife does not. Let's protect, restore and enhance the beauty and safety of Ahriri Estuary for its wildlife. And I'd like to finish for the whakatauki. Kia kore e rite ki te moa. Don't let anything else go the way of the moa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angie.
I have to tell you, I love dogs. I really love dogs. But there's places for them to be. And that's why the Society strongly supports the walkway from Humber Street to the bridge to be a prohibited area. And on the other side, no access for people walking dogs coming off the embankment bridge and going onto the stop banks and going near the Scrape Lakes. We understand and acknowledge this is going to upset a lot of people because over the years they have got used to being able to take their dogs down the walkway and make it a circuit. But the Ahriri Estuary is acknowledged in many of your Napier City Council documents as a treasure, as an area that's for nature, and it must be protected. The estuary suffers a lot of intrusion, pollution, and undesirable development. This is the dog control draft plan. I realise that, but it's a great step for not having dogs disturbing the birds. And in my observation of nearly 30 odd years of being over at the estuary at times and seeing how many people, and probably they are not registered dog owners, who allow they get their dogs out of their car, then they go up the walkway to go onto dockland and around the estuary. The dogs come off the lead and the dogs are just allowed to run. Now, I'm not even 5 foot, and I'm not going to go up to somebody who looks pretty menacing and their dog's off the lead to say to them, please, you can only, at this stage, you can only have your dog on the lead. So I take advice from the gentleman that you had speaking to you first about it is your responsibility. But we also acknowledge from the Humber Street entrance to the walkway, past that is dock, and the Humber Street car park is Napier City Council. Let's make it simple, let's make it easy. Prohibit dogs from that area, and then you don't have an issue with compliance, you don't have an issue with trying to enforce the rules, make it clear. I reiterate what Angie said before, the Society is prepared to help with signage. The current signage about dogs and cycles is a little sign that's about that big and it's sideways on. So
people just walk past. It needs to be, and our suggestion is something, you are entering a wildlife refuge. No dogs, no motorbikes, no cyclists. Enjoy your walk. So we do thank you very much for seriously considering making that a prohibited area, but please also make the other side of where they can come up from the West Shore Hotel, go along the embankment bridge, no access down to the wildlife areas, because we have a fear that some dog owners might think, oh, I'm not going to walk all the way back, I'll take a shortcut. Don't put the temptation in some people's way. We do acknowledge that really good dog owners follow the rules. And I would also like to encourage the council, once this draft proposal is in, they do look for another area over there where dogs can be freely walked, whether on a lead or off. I have spoken to a lot of dog owners, and a lot of dog owners that have little dogs are not keen to take their dogs to exercise areas where there's big dogs. So, you know, they're part of our community too. So, as I said, I love dogs, but I want good owners to be able to have good access to places where they don't have to be fearing big dogs, and they don't have to fear they might be doing damage in a very sensitive area. So thank you for listening today, and we look forward to seeing what the final plan is. And if you've made a little boo-boo in it, we will let you know.
I'm sure you will. Thank you, Sue. I'll just open up to councillors for any questions. Thank you for your time today, Angie and Sue. Very clear. Do we have Miriam Hollins present? Rachel Rogg? Sandra Duns? Okay. So we will adjourn. We don't have any other submitters. We won't head off for lunch in case any of these three do show up, because they're scheduled to be between now and 12:30. But we'll just adjourn and wait to see if they arrive. Thank you. please invite Rachel to come up and to present to us, please.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Rachel Rogge, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today in regards to the newly proposed dog bylaws. Having been a dog owner for many years in Napier, a connoisseur in accidental dog hair tasting, and a part owner in at least 2 rooms of my vet's holiday batch, I am all about dogs, being a responsible owner, encouraging others to be responsible owners, and making sure things are as fair as possible. I've also been a member of the Napier Dog Training Club for 25 years and have seen, taught and listened to the dog-owning people of Napier that have come through our small but dedicated team of volunteer trainers that our club has provided over the years. Some of what you are proposing in your new bylaws will not be for the betterment of the responsible dog owner of Napier. It will be limiting for the good people, whilst the others that aren't following the current bylaws will continue to run amok because there are not enough consequences for their bad behaviour. The biggest concern and issue I have are with the newly proposed dog access areas. You are saying that the current access area bylaws are leading to confusion about where dogs can be exercised in public areas off-lead in Napier, and that this has resulted in a public understanding that dogs can be generally exercised in Napier off-lead unless otherwise stated. In the current dog control bylaw section 33F, it states, all areas under the control of the Napier City Council, with the exception of prohibited and controlled areas, shall be declared an off-lead area. It appears very clear to me, so sorry, where is the so-called confusion coming from? It would appear to me that by imposing that you are simplifying it, you are actually just wanting to take it out altogether and have no controlled areas. There are so many reasons why your newly proposed on-lead in all areas unless otherwise specified just does not work. For example, not all dogs are suited to your proposed busy off-lead areas where other dogs are in their face. Some dogs need a more quieter area to stroll, whether it being from a need to recoup from trauma, injury or a bad experience, a foster dog readjusting to life, dogs that don't cope with too many dogs running around and get overstimulated easily, dogs that may be dog selective for one reason or another, wanting to practice your training and needing to send your dog to a mat in the distance, or go back and pick an article up that you have dropped, or do a drop-on recall, or just the need to stroll with your own dogs unimpeded by a mass of other people and dogs. The list is long. In effect, you will be taking away, restricting and limiting the amount of areas for these dogs and people that are in need of a quieter, less populated area, by enforcing everywhere is on lead unless it is stated by Napier City Council as an off-lead designated area or prohibited area. There are many nooks and crannies around Napier that will not fall into one of your newly proposed categories, and this will be a huge disadvantage to these types of people and dogs looking for a quiet place to just be with their dogs, off-lead, to throw a ball and enjoy some peace and quiet. Some of the newly proposed dog bylaws appear to me to be a last-ditch effort to seem to be doing something, when it is obvious that animal control are already struggling and there are not enough officers to enforce the bylaws already in place. Why would you be making more minor bylaws? It was made clear at the public meeting on Tuesday, the 14th of June, that Animal Control do not have the resources or staff to enforce the minor bylaw breaches, as they are far too busy with more serious breaches. So again, why are you making more minor bylaws that can't be enforced? It just seems ridiculous that you are going to penalise and limit the responsible dog owners who are paying their registration and following the rules, as well as putting more pressure on your animal control division. There is definitely an issue with animal control not having enough presence out and about. Infringements for lower level bylaw breaches, when it is clearly signposted, would provide much needed revenue. Hearing that animal control is being swamped down with more important infringement matters, concerns and paperwork is really just not good enough. Animal Control, which is a council-run department financed by dog registrations and the ratepayers of Napier, needs sufficient resources allocated in such a way that they can carry out all of their necessary duties pertaining to their roles. It might be wise to first look at your animal control staffing amount and your own policies and procedures before you start tinkering with new ideas of changing bylaws when the current ones aren't being enforced in an adequate manner. The public meeting on Tuesday, the 14th of June, was a lovely token gesture, but many of the people who would have liked to have attended were unavailable and committed due to the fact that Tuesday nights are a night that Napier Dog Training Club hold their public domestic dog training classes for the dog owners of Napier. You would have thought that someone would have done their homework and realised that, especially given we do lease our training grounds from the Napier City Council. This was a dog-related subject which would affect every one of these people in one way or another, so some consideration choosing the public meeting night and for the members of the Napier Dog Training Club surely wouldn't have been too much to ask for. A super bad oversight by the Napier City Council, in my opinion. Some of the feedback was that Napier City Council will do what they want anyway and have done in the past regarding dog bylaws. What's the point? They won't listen. They don't value or reward the responsible dog owners that are following the bylaws, and nothing happens to Joe Bloggs, who is not picking up his poo and doing whatever he likes. I hope to prove this feedback wrong by being here today. To penalise the responsible dog owners out there and those encouraging others to be responsible owners by placing more restrictions on day-to-day life of being able to walk at your favourite spot just down the road or at your little local park around the corner, to do some training, throw a ball, or just be with your best friend in any out-of-the-way green area that you discover is not the way to go. Especially when there are people doing whatever they please with no consequences, infringements, or regards to other people and are not following any bylaws, proposed or otherwise. You are going to impose an unfair, unneeded amount of must-be on lead areas, which will cause resentment, possible sneakiness from otherwise law-abiding citizens, and hugely disadvantage people that live for their dogs as they are their hobby, sport, and most importantly, a big part of their family, who just want to be out and about, exploring and enjoying what Napier has to offer. You will not be changing the people who continue to breach the bylaws by adding more. I hope that you will please reconsider some of these proposed bylaw changes, especially when your animal control division is so understaffed, overworked, and is contracting to security firms after hours. Please just leave things the way they are for the time being until you can enforce the current dog bylaws you already have in place, especially at the minor infringement level. You will not be changing anything. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my concerns, and I hope you will consider what I have said, because this will affect mine and others' day-to-day lives immensely and not for the better.
Thank you, Rachel. Are there any questions from councillors? No? Deputy Mayor Brosnan?
Hi, Rachel. Just one of the, I suppose, themes of your submission is around that resourcing of the dog control team and the ability for them to enforce the current bylaws. I was just wondering if you had read the commentary or if you were aware that the proposed bylaw changes are supported by the dog control team because they believe it would allow them to exercise their duties more effectively, acknowledging, of course, that laws are always made for those who, left to their own devices, would not do the right thing, and in doing so, people who would be left to their own devices do the right thing, have additional laws placed on them. That's the nature of laws, right? So just your view on the fact that the proposed bylaws are supported by the dog control team, as they believe it would be easier to do their work.
Well, I would think that being a division of Napier City Council, you would have consulted them, and they would be in party to what you're wanting to propose. I just feel being out there every single day walking dogs, members of the dog club, we do not see the Napier City Council animal control out there infringing people for minor bylaws. And when I brought that up at the meeting that was held at the rugby clubs, it was just they were too busy doing more important bylaw breaches. So they just had 4 people to do the whole of Napier, so they're not visible out there, out and about to enforce the bylaws. So I'm not sure how making more is going to make it easier. There needs to be more staff on the ground out there handing infringements to the people that are obviously breaking the rules. I mean, Marine Parade is a classic example. Where are they? I've never seen them.
Understand your position. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your time, Rachel.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to invite Sandra Dunsheath, please. Welcome, Sandra.
Hello, I'm Sandra Dunseith and I'm here on behalf of the Napier Dog Training Club and our submission. Overall, we would agree with the proposed bylaw with regards to regulating dogs to prevent nuisance. The amendment of the dog access descriptions will make it simpler to understand and comply with, not only for dog handlers, but the public in general. This signage needs to be placed at all car parks and entry points to clearly inform everyone. It would be helpful to have a phone number on to report breaches. This may aid the council in being able to target problem areas and owners. Also, random blitzes would be an opportunity to educate people. So now, to the complete removal of number 11 off-lead areas from the Napier Dog Control Policy, where the first line states, it would not be practical nor enforceable to require dogs at all times to be under leash control. What has changed to now make this practical and enforceable? During COVID lockdowns, when many people acquired a new dog, they could not travel to exercise areas and were therefore encouraged to exercise their dogs around their residential area. With the numerous limestone paths that we now are fortunate to have here in Napier, and many nooks and crannies people have discovered in their local areas where it is safe for those with well-controlled dogs, or perhaps dogs in training or not able to cope with being overwhelmed. It encourages people to exercise their dog both on and off lead and under their control. This will now be removed. To consider all ages, from young to old, of our Napier dog owners, I query what is the approved distance that has been considered to walk to a local exercise area. For example, is it 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes? And is this achievable to our dog owners? People will now have to, in many cases, go elsewhere to exercise their dog off lead, and this is an important aspect of dog welfare. It also raises concern that the designated exercise areas will become crowded, and this will cause issues now and into the future. Dedicated dog exercise areas should also exclude activities that are more likely to increase chances of creating nuisance, for example, cycling paths. The speed of some cyclists, especially e-bikes, makes conforming to requirements difficult. The addition of Dolbell Reserve is a necessity and appreciated. However, Napier has seen a marked increase in dog ownership since the original bylaw of 2014, and only one exercise area is to be added, with a restriction now to areas for well-controlled dogs to be exercised off lead. With the increase of dogs in exercise areas, animal control will need to do more monitoring, as these areas will become overcrowded and are already notorious for uneducated, irresponsible dog owners to let their dogs run rampant under the guise of, but it's an off-lead area, or it's okay, he's friendly. Although exercise areas allow you to have your dog off lead, that doesn't mean you cannot walk your dog on lead, and people need to be made very aware that it is not okay for their dog to jump all over another dog, just as you don't like dogs jumping on you, amongst other things. This would lead me on to our concern of menacing dogs being released unneutered. The owner should have to pay surgery up front before release. This will not only aid in reducing further issues, but will reduce further burden on animal control, needing to follow up to ensure they are neutered. No neuter, no release. We also believe there are opportunities for animal control to provide education to the public. Extra information on dog ownership could be placed on the current website, with information on decisions to consider when purchasing a dog. Where is a good place to look? What questions should be asked of the breeder and why? With the ability to purchase dogs online, some for exorbitant prices, this has led to a market for backyard breeding, which is a minefield for the unsuspecting, uneducated, first-time dog owner. We would also consider having a permit system required for breeding puppies would be sensible for the council, including a code of ethics that would include such things as no bitch being bred from under 12 months or over 8 years, no more than 4 litters per bitch, and no more than 2 litters in an 18-month period. At registration, the removal of an additional discount for you and your dog attending an approved dog training course is a disincentive for the new dog owner. A new dog owner doesn't know what they don't know, and the basic training classes, whether our club or private trainers, provide a wealth of information that is not captured in the Responsible Dog Owner booklet. This discount was removed a few years ago with no discussion. So, with regards to the proposed bylaw to regulate dogs to prevent nuisance, removing current off-lead areas is still neither practical nor enforceable and would appear to punish the responsible dog handler while the problems of nuisance dogs remain.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Bogue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sandra, thank you for that. How much does it cost to get a dog trained through your club?
So with the Napier Dog Training Club, we charge every dog and handler that comes to the club. It's a requirement that they do our basic domestic class. It costs $100 for 10 weeks. Once you've completed that, you pay an annual subscription of about $70 it is. There's a few variants there, but $70 once a year, and you can come any night of the week.
And that's quite adequate for training dogs sufficiently to keep them under control?
What we find with the 10-week course is that people get a lot of good skills for it, and I would say that more than 50% of the people that complete it will come on to do our development course and then our Canine Good Citizen course. Because, of course, the people that come and want to learn to train their dog, they want to have a well-behaved dog that they can take anywhere. So as soon as they start to see results, and they see results in that 10 weeks, they turn up, it's bedlam. It's all new dogs for them. That at the end of that 10 weeks, we can line those 10 dogs up, and sometimes, I mean, we can have 70 dogs on the grounds on a night. They can line those dogs up, get them to wait, and step out, a good distance from their dogs. So, people are happy because that's impressive.
Thank you.
Councillor Tapney.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. You made some suggestions in your submission around adding more detail for dog breeders. Could you give me a little bit of rationale why you think that particular segment of our dog owner market needs that attention?
Well, because we're seeing, because of the prices that people are asking for dogs, it's almost like a black market to breed dogs. There's no consideration into the dog welfare. It's just, we're seeing dogs that are under 12 months old. I mean, they're not even mature themselves, and they're having puppies. Some of these puppies, they shouldn't be leaving their mother before 8 weeks, even 10 weeks. I mean, I've had people just this week contact me. She's had her puppy since it was 2 weeks old. It just creates problems for the dog, and then the handler is out of their depth with sorting these problems.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra, very much for coming, taking the time to come and speak to us today. Much appreciated.
Thank
you. So that brings our morning session to a conclusion. We will adjourn for a lunch break and be back at 1. Welcome, Paul. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me okay on this one?
We can.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Look, I'll just be very brief and speaking to my submission on dog control in Napier. First of all, I just want to congratulate staff. Again, just repeating what I've said in my submission, they've prepared this bylaw. I'd also like to say thanks to the dog control staff for the council, because I think they do a fantastic job. I certainly don't come across many issues with dogs and such, which is really pleasing to see. But I would like to just expand on a couple of things. Firstly, the prohibiting dogs at the Port Beach West, which I take as a little bit that's a swimming spot by the port there. I used to take my kids down there swimming a lot when they were younger, and it was really frustrating when people brought their dogs down there, so I'm pleased to see that there's a general ban going on in there. And of course the other one is the restrictions on West Shore Beach to look after the dock trawls, and I think that's a really important issue. But I would like to just point out again, or reinforce again, that I think it's a worthwhile idea in terms of making it less confusing for your enforcement staff to actually bring dogs and full from the area in the designated area and the dates allowed, because, or the dates specified, because I think it's challenging for staff as it is, and then to have to decide whether a dog's on lead or off lead would be very challenging for them. So I think it's easier to simplify the issue rather than make it complicated for them. And that's the basis of my submission. I'd just like to say that I recall one of the first submissions I did to the council was on this particular bylaw, and that might have been 5 or 10 years ago, and there were only 2 of us that actually came in and made a verbal submission. So obviously it's become this particular amendment is controversial, but I think staff have made really good recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'll just check in with councillors if they have any questions. Councillor Bogue.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Paul, thank you very much for your submission. I see you've referred to being consistent with the Hastings District Council. Were there other synergies you found there, or is it very different from the bylaw we're considering, apart from this one aspect about the maximum of 2 dogs?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the question.
Sorry, you've obviously researched the Hastings District Council bylaw. Did you hear that?
Oh, yeah, with that.
Yeah. Were there other things that you noticed, apart from the number of dogs anybody's allowed in their property?
Yeah, my understanding, I had a couple of friends who had dogs in Hastings, and there is a paucity of off-lead areas for them to exercise their dogs in the Hastings district, especially in Hastings City. And I think Napier's done a really good job of making sure that there's plenty of spaces for dogs to run, dogs to have off-leash exercise areas. That's why I mentioned consistent with Hastings District Council.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Right. Oh, thank you very much for your time today, Paul.
Not a problem. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, as I noted, we do have apologies from Marie Barbarich, and we don't appear to have Brad here, so we will adjourn until, and I think Alison and Brittany, our last 2 submitters, are both online, so we'll adjourn until they're able to join us at around 1:30. Thank you. Right, everybody, welcome back for our final submissions. And we have with us online Alison Vaughan from the SPCA. So welcome, Alison.
We see her.
So thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I imagine you have read our submission, but I just wanted to highlight a few points and then open up for discussion. So we were happy to see this review. It's always good to be looking at particularly what providing in terms of places for exercise. I just wanted to start on that first. Just to say that we support the option to clarify these definitions to prohibited areas, on-leash areas, and exercise areas. But we were a bit concerned about the change of default dog access changing from off-leash to on-leash. So the reason is that we acknowledge that there are some areas where we might want dogs to be on-leash. However, for many dogs, they are not necessarily suited to exercising in a dog park situation. And the effect of changing this default from off-leash to on-leash is that many areas that would have been accessible to people outside of dog parks for exercising their dogs, which might have been appropriate, would no longer qualify, as they're now required to keep their dog on leash. It's important to note that there's quite a difference in terms of the dog's exercise needs between on-leash exercise and off-leash exercise. And it's important not only for the owner to be able to uphold their obligations under the Animal Welfare Act, but also from council's perspective as well in terms of nuisance. Dogs which are bored and have a lot of energy tend to be the ones who are going to be showing behavioural signs of that, such as excessive barking, which we know can be a concern. I also wanted to highlight some concerns we had around the dog limits. So we understand that there has to be a reasonable compromise where we're looking for people to have multiple dogs, but we would generally consider the limit of 3 as a bit restrictive. What we were particularly concerned about is how this might impact on fostering, and we'd really welcome some clarity on that because we know SPCA and many other organisations out there do rely quite heavily on fostering, keep animals out of that shelter environment where their behaviour can deteriorate and also their physical health can deteriorate. So keeping animals in homes until they find their new home is much better for their outcomes, and it's also something that many rescues rely on. So I'd like to hear council's thoughts on clarity around how that will work. And then I did also just want to highlight one final thing, which was around menacing dogs. So we've seen that in other councils, they've taken an interesting approach. For example, Auckland Council, where they have a pathway for review of menacing classification after 12 months. And the eligibility is based on demonstrated steps towards responsible dog. Now, I know that Napier Council is keen to promote a culture of responsible dog ownership. So this could be one pathway that we would encourage them to consider. So dogs may become classified as menacing due to a range of behaviours, and some of which are more concerning than others. And what we really want to do is for dog owners to step up and change behaviour. So that will benefit not only behaviour in terms of that individual dog, but also future dogs. Auckland Council's approach is that the owners should provide evidence of completing a dog trainer's course and not have obtained any infringements in relation to the animal within that 12-month period. And that sits, this approach sits in line with Council's stated educational approach to dog control issues, so that people can learn from their experience, amend their behaviours, and become responsible dog owners. In terms of the rest of my time, I don't know whether that would be better going through some of the more detailed submission, but if you have already read that, I would also welcome if you choose to spend this time with questions.
Thank you very much, Alison. I will open up to any questions from councillors. I think the submission was very clear in terms of your thoughts on the various areas that we're consulting on. So it doesn't appear that there are any questions. So if you did want to use a little bit of time to perhaps expand on anything, then you have that opportunity. Yeah.
Super. Okay. Well, I definitely would like to talk a bit more, and keen also after this if there are opportunities to discuss how the dog limit might apply to people fostering dogs for animal health. We know that that's something that would not only impact the SPCA but also other as well. Different councils have taken different approaches. So some may take a more informal approach that they will only address this if there were to be a nuisance, rather than requiring people who are fostering to obtain a dog permit if you're fostering bumps them up over that 3 dogs. Many people foster for a couple of weeks. It's not really practical for them to get a permit, and requiring that would have a chilling effect on people who might be otherwise willing to foster. Another approach may be that basically the council allows an exemption for people fostering for licensed charities. So those are 2 options which you may want to consider, a formal one and a much more informal one.
Thank you, Alison. So in these fostering situations, would that typically be organised through the SPCA, or are there other organisations as well that would be the ones sort of seeking a placement for fostering?
Yeah, so very many rescues across SPCA look to place their animals in foster because we know that it reduces the chance of them developing these behavioural issues which can impact their adoptability. So yes, we would typically arrange for SPCA animals to be fostered, but other organisations would be separately doing their own. It's not feasible for us to go through a process of notifying council with each individual person fostering because it's often quite a quick process, and that would add quite a lot of administrative burden. So we would prefer an approach which sort of relies on something where if a nuisance is found, then it would be dealt with, but otherwise fostering permitted to continue.
Thank you. So just through the council offices, do we have a current process in place for situations such as this?
Yes, we do.
We might need you up on a microphone, David. Thank you.
So we work with a number of people in the community that do foster. We ask if it's a permanent situation where they're going to have numerous dogs. I think the safest bet is for us to get a permit, but we apply it at discretion. People have dogs coming and going through fostering. We don't require that permit, but we like to be aware of those people in our community. So it's done on a discretionary basis currently.
Yep. That sounds good to us. Long may it continue. I'm glad to hear that there is many fosterers out there as well in your area. In regards to some of the other pieces, just want to go in a bit more on dog exercise areas. Just to really clarify that while dog parks are a wonderful resource and we advocate for more, it's also important that dog parks are not a suitable place for every dog. For example, socializing puppies, timid or reactive dogs, female dogs in heat. And it's important that there are alternative off-leash areas which are used for exercise, which are not necessarily following that same model of a dog park where there's likely to be very high levels of activity. And so in effect, with the switch of default from off-leash to on-leash, that does rather limit people's access to off-leash areas for these animals who dog parks are not a good fit for. So I just ask council to consider how they will also meet the needs of those owners.
Excellent, thank you. I will just check in one final time with councillors if there's any questions for Alison. No. Thank you very much for your time today, much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Bye.
And I think we have online our final submitter, Brittany Turlock.
Hi there.
Hi, Brittany, welcome.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Madam Mayor, councillors, distinguished guests, and other people that have been speaking throughout the day today. I'm very excited to be a part of this. Before I kind of begin and start speaking to my submission, I just kind of wanted to let you know a little bit more about me and the background, just because obviously hearing from other people, wanting to make sure that all of the demographics across this lovely region are being represented. So I am a Hastings resident and dog owner, and I like to classify myself as a responsible dog owner at that, and within an active member of the local kennel club and actually an SPCA puppy adopter as well. So within that, I'm also here to help represent a demographic of people that are a part of the millennial generation, and to us, where our animals are our children, essentially. And my main points that I kind of wanted to discuss today actually involve the points that actually Alison was making at the end of her speech as well, is in regards to the off-lead areas that are going to be expanded, or sorry, decreased, and the on-leash that will be expanded within the proposal. And more so as well, looking towards the potential on-flow effects. So obviously, as I mentioned, I am a Hastings homeowner and reside within the Hastings location. And the proposal for the decrease of off-leash areas, I think, have a very large flow-on effect to other members within the region. So I'd like mainly to speak to that within there. Now, please, at any time as well, if you do have any questions, please don't hesitate to stop me, and I can happily go through things in a little bit more detail. Within supporting or not supporting the areas being decreased, the main thing for this is it will create a bottleneck for responsible dog owners within the area of Napier to have to travel further distances. And from there, going into the limited off-lead areas within the region, small parks such as Pacify Dog Park that are located in Hastings are already overrun, overcrowded, and through that it's creating additional potential for negative interactions, and within there as well, also overuse of the local regional space and additional damage to flora and fauna. So as Alison was actually just talking about as well, the different areas that are required for animals that are puppy socialization, animals in heat, and different timid dogs. By the decrease of these different areas that you're proposing within the Napier area, it's going to create additional pressure on all of the limited spaces outside of Napier, where we're already feeling it. Okay. In regards to increasing on-lead only areas that also include beach access as well, again, you're going to increase pressure at already overcrowded beaches. So, for example, there's only a few areas within the Napier area that are safe for families to go and, you know, bring their children and bring their dogs and have the off-leash opportunities with the family or within their dogs. And from there, by prohibiting dogs going off-leash in different areas, and especially on those beaches, then again, you're forcing people to leave the Napier area and then go into Hastings, Havelock North, and increase the traffic on already overcrowded beaches and walkways. And then from there, again, it's only going to increase the pressure that other communities are seeing. I think that by reviewing this policy and bylaw, it is something that is obviously great to be a part of. And through this is, I think, the opportunity to support not only the local residents within Napier, but also within Hastings and Havelock North that are part of the dog community, and protecting safe, responsible spaces for dogs and their owners. And it's the perfect opportunity to support responsible community members with their dogs that are properly trained to be able to be off-lead in these areas. And by reducing the off-leash areas, you're reducing a lot of aspects to the lowest common denominator and only going to inflict additional pressure on those areas that are already seeing such stress. And again, within those areas that are already seeing stress, they're not only overrun and overcrowded, but as well, when we're looking at different times of year, again, to go back to Pacify Dog Park, there's actually native plants and trees there that are poisonous to animals and poisonous to dogs and deadly, that now where you're inflicting additional people to travel there to be able to exercise their dogs in a proper off-lead area, and then to be exposed to additional risks where they could actually be creating additional harm. So that is the main set of points that I wanted to carry across. I know I have about 10 minutes, but I like to speak fast.
No, thank you very much, Brittany. I guess I would make the comment that because you are a Hastings resident, that actually what we're looking to do with the introduction of this on-lead classification is actually aligning with what Hastings already has in place. In terms of, those urban spaces and people's local neighbourhoods, etc. Will be that requirement, should we decide today for dogs to be on lead when being walked in those sorts of spaces. So, and most councils in the country do actually have that current setup.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely, and I do understand that it's looking to mirror that. I do, however, again, have a bit of concern about it because a lot of Hastings residents also go towards Napier to bring more into that off-lead category. So I think there is that ebb and flow as well that it might be good to be mindful of in that respect.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something we are aware of in terms of ensuring that we have adequate off-lead exercise spaces available for our community and anyone that chooses to come here from Hastings as well. I'll just check to see if councillors have any questions. I think they've all been asked because you're the lucky last submitter of the day. So thank you very much, Brittany, for taking the time to come and talk to us today. It's much appreciated.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, so now time to go into deliberations, and I would invite Paulina to talk to the paper, please. Sure.
So we have received over 500 submissions to the dog control bylaw, and you have listened today a wide variety of point of view, which I think that basically represent all the views of in between all the views of all the submitters. So you can see the people's non-dog owners supporting some of the changes of the bylaw, but also being against some aspects of it, and on the other hand, the dog owners who also advocate for their own interests. But in what we're trying to achieve with the officer recommendation is to strike a balance on all these different views. You have heard the submitters, and there's a few valid concerns, and even I would consider having consideration from your side to some of those proposed today. I will leave Mayor to propose those changes, if any, for your consideration. But after the statement of proposal and after reading all the submissions, I have made a further inquiry with the Department of Conservation and some of the dog experts, and I have suggested a couple of changes to the bylaw in response to that. That was done obviously before we have had the submissions today, which some of them reiterated some of the changes. So the first change that I would like to make is in relation to the estuary map. So extending the prohibited area to cover the area where the endangered bird species come and nest and feed during the certain times of the year. I think that is, after talking with Department of Conservation, that was not picked up in our original interactions with Department of Conservation. So I propose changing the map, and it's attached into the proposal. There is a map area of the changes that we are proposing. So what we have changed the yellow area, which was on lead that extend underneath the expressway, to be a prohibited area rather than on lead area. That connects to Lagoon Farm cycle path. And that is consistent with the current bylaw, but also protects the wildlife refuge, the West Shore Wildlife Refuge, and that area of the estuary where the birds are endangered. Other than that, after hearing the proposed restrictions on seasonal restriction on the West Shore and Bayview, between West Shore and Bayview, that we propose. After hearing the submitted, I think that there is consideration given to change the date to July to February, according to the time of the year where the dotterels nest. And if the council were supporting of that change, I think that it makes sense. There's quite a few submissions that have different dates, but it seemed that the most consistent period would be they nest from July to February, rather than actually I had it proposed from October to March. So I would suggest changing that according to what we hear today.
Is that the 1st of July?
The end of July.
Yeah, it's not from the end of July, is it?
Oh, sorry. The rule would be from 1st of July to, yes. 30, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
1st of July. And there has been a few other proposals. Well, should I go through that, Kristen, or do you want to?
Yeah, perhaps if we pop them up on the screen. You can really read.
So I would refer to the following amendment to the proposed bylaw in recommendation G. So I will read that so everybody can hear me. Endorse the dog control bylaw law 2022 with a commencement date of the 1st of October 2022 with the following amendments to the proposed bylaw. And we have added in number 1, under section 6, interpretation of the proposed bylaw, the definition of dog exercise area would be extended to include the following words. Dog exercise areas include any temporary dog exercise areas identified and approved under Chief Executive delegation following appropriate public consultation commensurate with Section 82 under the Local Government Act. Following that, in point 2 is to delegate authority to the Chief Executive to authorize temporary dog exercise areas subject to consultation requirements under Section 82 of the Local Government Act. This is in response to submitter Gavin Ide, where in his submission he proposed to include an area close by to the Park Island Reserve, which is considered a parkland, and it's not currently, it has been earmarked for future development. At the moment, it's just a paddock. And that is a suitable area for dogs to be exercised off the leash until the point when development in that area occurs. So there is merit in potentially in including that. The only concern, obviously, is that we haven't been to the public to consult on the specific area, but but by actually exercising public consultation under the Local Government Act, we can mitigate any concerns about not consulting with the public. The third recommendation is under Schedule 2, dog exercise areas, point J. All the area of beach and foreshore on the seaward side of the Esplanade and the Napier-Gisborne railway line from the public toilets on the Esplanade foreshore northward to the city boundary during March to June only. During July to February, dogs must be exercised on leash. So this is the change that I referred early on. It's just changing the dates of the seasonal to match the nesting dotterel season.
Can we add 1 July to 31st March?
Yes, absolutely.
Through you, Madam Chair, while we're on this point, are we able to restrict the type of leash? Are we able to determine whether it's a long leash or a short leash? Do we have that capacity?
To be honest, I wouldn't recommend being so specific about the dog, the length of the lead, because at the end that is covered with under the bylaw by the definition of under control. And it becomes also very hard to enforce the length of the lead. Under the Dog Control Act, the definition of control, dog under control. So the dog under control doesn't specify whether the length of the lead or not. It just need to be you need to be able to control it.
Thank you.
Yep. That change of the seasonal off-lead, on-lead area in West Shore needs to be amended as well in map 3, which is, yes, a consequential change on the map as well. Point 4, on the Schedule 2 of dog exercise area at a new point called P that says the reserve along Tamatea Drive and Prevention Drive be added to dog off-lead exercise area. So this also comes from the submitter Gavin Ide in the morning, which he proposed to include the blue areas in his map as dog off-lead areas. I think we have discussed with the dog control officers and the reserve manager and road reserve team leader, and they don't have any problem with adding this area as an off-lead exercise area. This will not include Oroto Drive, though, which is proposed in the submitter's map, because this is an area frequently frequented by family and children too. So it's just that reserved in Tamatea Road and Prevention Drive.
May I just ask, where is map 6? Because mine only goes up to 5.
Sorry?
Map 6.
It may be a new one.
Map 6 it's a new one to reflect the new change. So we need to add a map, yeah.
And sorry, just with regards to this, is there any issues that we haven't actually consulted on these areas?
I believe that because it has been raised by a submitter with an attachment, it is at your discretion whether you accept that submission.
Yeah, thank you.
As point 5, the next amendment is under section 1.3 of the dog control policy. Add protect wildlife to the paragraph, to that paragraph 1.3 to read. The focus of implementing this policy is to prioritize safe interaction between dogs, people, and the environment, reduce nuisance situations, minimize the possibility of dog attacks, protect wildlife, and promote the welfare of dogs generally. This comes from the first submitter today, which is Lynn
Anderson?
Is Lynn Anderson who made that point, and it's a valid point. So I would suggest adding that protect wildlife as the reasoning for these changes.
And number 6, under Schedule 2, direct officers to investigate the south side of the cross-country drain ownership with a view to including this as a new off-lead area. So this came from submission 301. They have included a map, and I think that is worthwhile considering that, but there's a few things that probably officers need to check before we recommend to include this area. And if the councillors were in agreement to that, we would make that amendment. So at the council meeting, you have that addendum to the bylaw.
Okay, so I will open. So I'll open up for discussion with councillors. Councillor Crown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just in regards to the point 2 there in the red around the delegation of the chief executive. So can someone walk me through how that might work in practice if there were other areas that were brought to our attention, or how does that actually work? How do we operationalise that?
The seasonal area? Sorry, you're talking about how do you administer? We would have to do it with appropriate signage on site.
So number 2 with the chief executive delegation. So as a, what's happened in this instance is that a member of the public has said this area could be appropriate for this purpose. If we're not looking at a bylaw change, what would the process look like? Because, given the amount of work that's gone into putting together the bylaw and the research and things, there are areas that we have been brought to our attention that could potentially be used for off-lead areas. So how does it work if we're not going through this process?
Through Madam Chair, Paulina, if you'd like me to help with that one.
Sure.
So this is something that we've come up with this morning as a result of some really good submissions we've heard, and we're thinking about how we can create some flexibility in the bylaw where there is tracts of land potentially that are like what has been described, and we could allow for temporary, dogs to be exercised in those areas, but they are temporary only, and the bylaw review process isn't probably as agile as these areas need to be. So what we're thinking, and it's certainly up for your consideration, is a delegation to the Chief Executive, recognising Section 83 of the Local Government Act, which is the requirements around us needing to consult. So we would go through our usual assessment of the consultation needs of making such a change like that. We would consider who would be affected by such a change and consult with those areas, and then the decision would be for the Chief Executive to put that as a temporary exercise area following that consultation process. So it would be in line with the Local Government Act consultation process.
Councillor Crystal, then Councillor Simpson.
One of the other things that was brought up quite regularly was about the signage. And so Maggie's Way, some of the signage. So do we need to put this in the policy, or because, that is obviously an issue that the public have got?
That is part of the implementation of the bylaw, so we'll be looking at amending the signage according to the proposed changes to the bylaw.
Supplementary?
Oh, yeah, although, and I'll one moment, Councillor Tapani, but I guess the actual decision-making around where signage would be best placed would sit outside of the bylaw. So I think we need to have an action point to direct council officers to review signage placement for it's not part of the resolution. Well, actually, yeah, we put it in there as part of the resolution. Yeah, direct council officers to undertake a review.
I think the CE wants to say something.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I wondered around the signage discussion, there seemed to be the need to partner with a couple of people in doing that review, Department of Conservation, particularly around the estuary, which they administer, and I think there was a mention from the Ahriri Protection Society around potentially introducing some funding into that, which might be a good opportunity. So I wonder if it could be that we direct council officers to partner with relevant organisation in a review and an increase, I think was the general feel, in the number of signage relating to the implementation of the new bylaw.
If I may, Your Worship, sorry, I was trying to catch your eye. Subject to your views, I think that is part of what a good review would do. And I wouldn't want to, like we've heard loud and clear that our signage is not appropriate from some submitters, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there needs to be an increase either. There's a threshold you can cross between getting appropriate signage and too much. So can I just urge a little bit of caution from our perspective with that detail, but if you're instructing us to do a review, you would take that as implicit. It's going to cover the aspects of today's submitters, including partnership and location and number of signs. Thanks.
Yeah, happy with that. And should we say review and implement?
Madam Mayor, could I say something?
Sorry, we'll just
No,
get
that's
the wording
okay.
of this
Yep,
right
yep.
before we move on. A review.
Direct council officers to undertake a review.
For taking out to partner with relevant organisations.
I think taking this
Yeah.
CEO's guidance on that.
Yeah, to, yeah.
Of signage.
Of signage.
And to undertake a review of signage and implement as appropriate. As appropriate.
And implement
as
appropriate. No, that's fine, yeah.
Actually, the Deputy Mayor asked my question, but the follow-on from the Chief Executive, if I may. So you indicated in your advice to Council that appropriate partners is a normal part of a review. Is that what I heard from your kōrero? Thank you.
Yeah, confirmed. Thank you.
Councillor Bogue?
Just sort of picking up on that again, I wondered if H, authorise the officers to notify submitters and the public. Now, we didn't get a submission from Mana Ahriri, but I'm wondering with their very special relationship with the estuary in particular, that we could add them to notify submitters, the public and Mana Ahriri Trust that the policy and bylaw have been adopted, just in recognition of their special or their ownership, really, of the estuary part of this.
Could I suggest that we actually expand that to key stakeholders as opposed to singling out one entity?
Whatever.
Yeah. Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, most of those points have picked up the matters that I'd noted. But one thing that I'm curious about is I noticed the new bylaw will incorporate maps. Previous bylaw did not, and you had to look separately for a map. In our pack, page 50 includes a map of the areas where dog owners can exercise, all of the areas where dog owners can exercise off lead. And I wonder whether that map would actually be helpful in the bylaw as map number 1, which actually shows dog owners that actually we're enabling them to run their dogs in a whole lot of places in Napier, and whether that map would actually be a helpful addition to the bylaw to show that we're not just restricting dog handling and that we're actually enabling things to occur. And it might just be a case of taking those kilometre circles off but showing the actual reserve areas that can be that dog owners can use, and it simply creates then a one-stop shop.
I definitely see the merit of having that, but there has been some issues in the past with getting into too tangled in the detail of the mapping areas, whether it covers that line or the other line. That's why in the past we have mainly added the maps that were really very clear, but the other areas of a dog exercise area, it was easy to put it in as a description of where the location is, so we don't sort of like get into the detail of that. And the same happened, for example, for the prohibited areas where we have the playgrounds as prohibited areas. The reserve team are constantly adding new playgrounds in our city. If we don't have those mapped, I mean, if we have a static map in the bylaw and then we keep on adding new playgrounds, those wouldn't be part of the prohibited map. So that's why there's merit of having the overall map outside of the bylaw, but definitely have it available on the website for reference.
But the, through you, Madam Chair, but the existing map that I can locate on our website is a static map, not a live map.
Yeah.
So the same issues would apply. We'd effectively need a living map.
Yeah, that map that is currently in the bylaw, that's absolutely fine. We would put that map in there, but it's not, as you can see, it's not part of the bylaw document, the one currently on the website.
No.
Councillor Crown. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just along that line of thinking and also in connection with the signage issue, it sounds like we need to review sort of the comms tools, because I think, to be fair, most dog owners, they're not going to go to a bylaw to find out where they can walk their dog off lead. They're going to go to the website first and foremost, or, you know, if you're a visitor to Napier, though, that's sort of where you'd head, isn't it? So, yeah, I guess, and the signage wording and all that type of thing and how many, etc. So it sounds like that's the type of level of review that we require. Yeah.
So we're going to need to update the website anyway, aren't we, once we actually have this completed and adopted. So I personally have a level of comfort of not including something in the resolution around that, unless any other councillors would prefer that we do include. I'm
happy for it not to be in the resolution, but I think if we're communicating with submitters and stakeholders, etc., and if we're talking about next steps and what happens after this, I think that including those things and making sure that they're aware of that is quite important.
Councillor Crystal.
Yeah, just through the mayor, just further on from that, because I noticed on one of the maps, they call the area beside George's Drive Alexander Park, which I've never ever heard it being called that before in my life. So I would have no idea where that was if I didn't know that's an off-lead area. So just making that clear, because most people would just consider that George's Drive. Yeah.
Yeah, so being quite clear in any of the communications where the spaces are.
I didn't know it was called that. No, never heard of it.
What's wrong with you, local?
So I'd also just like to suggest that we, for the moment, we take out those specific dates for the West Shore Beach doctoral area, and actually just instruct that we find out, and then once we know for sure what the so just have it more generic that council officers to confirm the breeding season and include the correct period,
Through you, Your Worship, I think that would be a really practical approach. Like, there was quite a bit of confusion and some different information that we heard today, so having the benefit of time to get those dates right would help us strike that right balance. So I think in summary, we're agreeing to the seasonal restriction of dogs off lead subject to the dotterel breeding season, and then I'll work with council officers to get those dates.
Yeah.
Do you want this to make the consequence?
Yes, yeah, might as well combine that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
May I say something
Yeah.
else? One of the submitters talked about putting the stop banks as part of the prohibited area. Is that covered in the new resolution? Oh, thank you.
So is someone, are we needing someone to answer that question, or did someone answer it?
No,
Oh, sorry.
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 Yes, I said yes, that's correct.
Have a side conversation. I actually just had a question with regards to the proposed new exercise area at Dolbell, and whether the
Dolbell?
At Dolbell, yeah, whether the neighbours sort of in the vicinity of that proposed new area have actually been directly consulted with, because there are some houses that are right on the boundary.
No, they were not seen a specific letter other than the general public. A few of the owners in straight adjacent, they have dogs as well. So they would have received, some of them would have received a letter from the dog registration, because when we sent the mail out for the dog registration, we included some commentary about the review of the bylaw. But no, we didn't do a specific, because these are general. I mean, we changed so many areas across the city, and we did some minor adjustment to all of them. But we didn't have an open day in Dolbell Reserve during one morning, and we were there a few hours to respond to any question to any people that came through that area.
Supplementary, Your Worship. Seeking staff advice around whether or not, despite the great efforts we've made around providing opportunities to engage with public, which included other open days if they requested them, in the past we've wanted to make sure that directly impacted parties were directly contacted. So would it be beneficial to take some time to directly contact those parties directly adjacent to the property around the changes that we're proposing to make, given the submissions we've had today around from some of the residents in those areas and some of the undesirable behaviour which is having an impact on them? Would there be a benefit in having a targeted engagement with those who are affected in those areas?
Apologies for missing the start of that question, Councillor Tapney. Are you talking specifically to the Dolbell Reserve area? Yeah. I think, so obviously everybody who's submitted gets a response anyway, but I do think it would be worthwhile. The more I'm listening to this conversation, I think we just need to draw up a comms plan for these changes, which addresses, Councillor Crown, addresses our communication with our residents. And the reason that I use that language is we have to be very careful what we're doing here, because it has been consulted on and agreed. So it's not like we're just trying to tell people where we've landed. That can be done as a given, or if you wish to put a comms plan in the resolutions, then by all means. But I think it's worthwhile. Councillor Simpson also had questions about maps, so we'll just ask the comms team to draw up a comms plan for this.
Yep, I'd endorse that recommendation. Or advice. Whatever it is.
And just further to the Dolbell area, obviously it's only part of the reserve which is off lead, and how will it actually be made clear that what's the off lead area and what is presumably the rest will be on lead?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I think what you'll find is that fence, that is a stock fence line, So I
Yes,
think
that's
that-
correct.
yeah.
So it's actually fenced,
Yes.
that area?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. And because is there a path planned to go through here?
I would recommend that the signage would include the map anyway, but
Yeah.
as Nigel said, Councillor Nigel said, that is the fence area.
Right.
It's not, the whole area is not fenced, but there's definitely in the border, not of it, where your entrance is not fenced.
Can I ask a question? I was wondering if I could just sort of understand the clarity around the officer's recommendation changes to map 1 around the estuary, because in the proposal there was a large amount of what's on here, the on-lead area in yellow. Is it just, I know we had some wording up on screen, but it's moved around a little bit. How far back are we removing the on-lead areas?
So it is from the Old Embankment Bridge to the, if you're looking at the map, to the left side, those areas have been taken off.
Right.
But you can go straight through the estuary
Okay. So
Along the bridge.
So,
along the bridge.
Yeah. So just trying to get straight in my head that concern around maintaining on-lead access through the area. Is that's still maintained in terms of connection of the network?
No.
No, it would be taken out. So that is the concern of a few of the submitters today, and further conversation with Department of Conservation. See, this is the part of the wildlife reserve, and the forest should be prohibited.
So this bit removed?
That remains, yeah,
Oh,
that's correct.
That remains?
Yes, and that area is taken off.
And that removed?
Yes, and going up under the bridge.
So that does retain a connection?
Retain a connection through, yes, but not to the right-hand side.
Right.
Which is in the new map, amended to the proposed bylaw.
Is there a new map?
Yes, there is one.
So is there a mechanical barrier between the on-leash area and the off-leash area? Or do we rely on the human in that equation to capture the attention of the dog, restrain them before they move into an on-leash area? And given that this is an area of sensitivity,
Yes,
how
you need to.
confident are we about that?
It is, we haven't proposed a barrier because people can still are able to access that, but there will be signage, no dogs from this point onwards. So it's very narrow, the path in that area, so I would suggest that it's easy to be clear by putting a signage to that effect.
So it would be premature of me, sorry, Your Worship, it'd be premature of me to say that until we get the new comms plan, until we get the signage in place, it would be hard for us to assess how effective that is. But I'm looking forward to those changes because I've sat and I've watched dog owners go through that reserve area, and 9 out of 10 come out of that dog off leash, even though they walk right past the signs. So the current signs we already agree collectively could do with some enhance and improvement, and so really keen to understand how we're going to monitor those changes, how we're going to, because otherwise spending money on new signs seems redundant if we're not able to track that change.
I would suggest that Rachel respond to any enforcement of the bylaw once it is into effect, because your question is more related to how we're going to enforce that.
I was just actually going to comment on your first part of your question, and I can comment on the second, but the first part was, is in terms of that area, everything's prohibited except for that bridge that goes over. So you can effectively get yourself from the northern side to the southern side to Mitre 10, if you like, on lead. The rest would be prohibited. So when you think about it in those terms, the geographical nature of how that looks, the natural sort of bridging area, and then everything else being prohibited, you've already got sort of a natural geographical understanding about, well, that's on lead and the rest is prohibited. With the inclusion then of good signage in those areas, as soon as you're leaving that clear path that is on lead and going anywhere else off that, you know, we can look to have good signage in place to say that it's a prohibited area. But I think the natural landscape itself lends itself, if you like, to for dog owners to be reasonably clear that the bridge is on lead and you can get yourself across the estuary, but to actually be in the estuary, that is not a place for dogs.
That's really practically all we can do. The cost of doing anything far more elaborate than that is just prohibitive.
And all of this does, you know, speak to enforcement a little bit, and you know we've had submissions about that too. And the whole basis of any law is on the fact that you set the community standards, don't you? You set the expectations of what you want dog owners to do and not do through a bylaw. And I kind of liken it in a way to speed limits, in that there's not a policeman in every part of the street or road looking for people speeding. The expectation is on drivers to drive to the speed limits as it is on dog owners to comply with the bylaw. And that is our community expectations, that we are saying that that's what we want. We do absolutely enforce all of the bylaw, but like any resource-constrained public organisation, we have to make priority decisions on that. That's not to say that we aren't doing it or we can't do it. We absolutely can, but there are times when we make priority decisions. But the onus is very much on the dog owner to comply with the laws.
Thank you.
Yes, it might provide some
Question,
Councillor Mawson, then Councillor Bogue.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Just asking officers if they have noted from the submission from SPCA, just with relation to what guide dogs and so forth are called now, if they could just be noted to, they're now called disability assist dogs. Sorry, she's busy.
Thank you. Sorry, I've distracted you from a question.
Councillor Mawson, through you, Madam Chair, I don't actually know the answer to that, but I'm wondering if that's also a question for Rachel. Sorry, could you just repeat it?
Oh, it's okay. Just with one of our submitters, SPCA noted that now guide dogs and so forth have been renamed disability assist dogs. I'm just wondering if that would be reflected with the draft that comes back to us.
Update the bylaw.
It is included, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Bogue.
Yes, just going back to the map on page 29 of Te Whanganui Aotearoa Estuary, the yellow strip along Miani Quay, so that's not prohibited along with the bridge, is that right? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The in our information pack, there was a map on page, if I can get this thing to work properly, page 63, which shows the Lagoon Farm cycle track as being prohibited, but in Schedule 1, I can't see wording to that effect. Am I not seeing something, or has that been changed since the information pack was put out? In other words, has that been removed from the policy?
Your concern there is not a map? Sorry,
No, on the map,
yes.
In our information pack, there's a map showing the Lagoon Farm, and it shows that we were, or at one stage, we were going to put the cycle track around Lagoon Farm as a prohibited area.
Yes.
But that's not in the Schedule 1 of the policy. I can't see wording to that effect.
That would be a consequential amendment of my proposal.
Okay.
Yes.
It's Part B of the officer's recommendation.
A couple of other questions raised by submitters. There was concern about menacing dogs being released without neutering and permits for breeding dogs and codes of ethics. And just interested if either of those are within the scope of the bylaw.
Pauline, I can take that one if you like.
Yeah, sure.
So in terms of dogs being released under the Act,
owners have 1 month in which to comply with the menacing classification. If the animal control officers felt that there was a risk that they wouldn't comply with it, they would probably insist on that neutering taking place before the dog is released. And he's nodding at me, but usually the usual setting is that they have 1 month to comply.
And that's a legislative timeframe. And the other one was permits for breeding dogs and codes of ethics.
So this is sort of sits outside of the sort of bylaw mandate in a way. It's covered in the welfare code, and I'm just going off the top of my head here. There's about 5 provisions in the welfare code that require certain breeding standards, like I think it's can't breed after 7 years and not before 12 months, and there's different requirements under the welfare code. So it's not something that we would probably cover in a bylaw.
Thank you.
Councillor Tapani.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So my first question is on H, if you could scroll up for us, please, Carolyn, so I can see the red text particularly. And it is that highlighted portion there, just below, around protecting wildlife. That's the one. So would like to understand what that means for us. I mean, whether that's from staff, I want to hear from staff whether or not that's the right term to put in there with regards to enabling us to, or enabling dog owners, for example. What does that mean to me as a dog owner if I'm walking through this, through an area? So is that sufficient? Does it need rewording from the officer's point of view, or will that be captured under the communications and the review action that has been put forward?
I suggested wildlife because that incorporate the different bird breeds that nest in the area. So you can put protect birds. You know, a few of the changes that we have proposed is to protect endangered wildlife, especially birds, the dotterels and the godwells and etc. All the ones that the submitter have mentioned today. So that's the rationale for including wildlife, so just native birds, or you can change it to native birds if that is of your preference.
I think the term itself as well is being commonly used, and I think you'll find it in our Reserves Act, or I think it's in the Reserves Act around protecting wildlife. Yeah.
Cool, that's cool. And the other thing I wanted to add around the signage with the review, would that include within its scope because we talked about partners and we talked about, would that also include providing a bit of context to dog users, numbers of bird species in the area you're entering, number of sensitive areas, or is it pretty much, should we just wait and see what the review brings out? Or I want to know that we're going to be incorporating as much as we can in this one-time opportunity to lift the standard of our signage and information to our consumers and our community, to as best as we can inform them not only about whether they should have a leash on and off, but actually the areas that they're walking into and why they're sensitive and why, et cetera, or is it going to be regulatory in its focus?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think, Councillor Tapani, we will let the review deal with that. However, what most more contemporary signs will do is they will be simple, but they'll have like a QR code you can scan for more information. So I think we're going to strike that balance between getting our message across, like dogs on lead, precious wildlife nesting, and then you can like what I've seen in other parts of New Zealand and the world is, you know, if you see a dotterel, send your photo to here, or a QR code if you want more information about how to protect them. So for those people who are interested, they can go further, but without preempting the review, my experience is that the signs themselves need to be really simple. Yeah, so we'll accept based on the conversation that there is quite a bit more detail we can go into on those signs, but leaving it for the review would be appropriate.
No, that was cool. I was just making sure we had the scope. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or potential additions to the resolution? I think we probably don't need F in there because that F and G are essentially, yeah. Oh, it's on the policy. Thank you.
Your Worship, just one wording question in the policy. In the definitions section where we talk about keep under control, the last couple of sentences or sentence in there is around when a dog is not on the leash, around keeping it in control. And I just wonder if that's a hangover from our previous bylaw where you were able to have a dog in a off-leash area provided it was under control, but may not be applicable since we've made that substantial change.
Mm-hmm.
I will consider that as a consequential amendment, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So you have the original officer's recommendation in your papers, and then what we might do, Carolyn, is just give all of the councillors an opportunity to read through the read additions, and then I'll ask for a mover and seconder. Schedule and Schedule 2, number 6, schedule's not spelt correctly.
Does number 3 still enable the chief executive delegation to be able to operate in that space? Should that designated area need the chief executive's particular focus? Or just the canvas, the broad area as highlighted in 3, is that sufficient?
So that's just specifically relating to that area where the dotterels
Currently nest.
nest.
That we know of, yeah, which joins it to the 2 areas north and south of it, which are restricted, aren't they, with regards to dog use or leash?
On lead.
On lead, thank you, sorry. I'll use the proper terms. Try anyway.
Through you, Madam Chair, you could change council officers to chief executive to be more consistent if you wanted to on number 3.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Tapani, did you think of another word to include in
I was just sort of...
H, whatever it
H,
was?
yeah, I was just concerned, given my history of working in both at Aotearoa and with iwi, Councillor Bogue's comment around ensuring that we touch base with mana Ahriri, and by extension, I assume, Te Kōmuti o Te Whanganui o Ahriri, whether or not stakeholders was the best term for that, or whether we need to specifically mention either the whanga or mana whenua in the space.
Partners, because
Partners.
I was seeing that may extend beyond mana whenua. There may be other organisations that didn't necessarily make a submission, but that we feel that we need to include with the communications plan. Yeah, so key partners.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm quite happy with stakeholders because I think it does capture those partnerships, but I think of organisations like Department of Conservation that wouldn't necessarily be a partner but would be a stakeholder, and stakeholders really broad.
It's fine. I just wanted to test the comfort level with our people here on the table, so I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we're all happy with what has been pulled together, can I ask for a mover and seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Brosnan, seconded by Councillor Crystal, and open up to you, Deputy Mayor, to speak.
Thank you. I think, like everything we do, we've got to find a delicate balance between competing interests, and this was no different. I think one of our officers, Rachel, put it well before around laws kind of setting those expectations, and we heard a lot today from good dog owners, and I just want to say that, I've heard those submissions, and I agree with a lot of what was said, but I also hear those wildlife advocates and also some of our residents who've had poor experiences with interactions with dogs as well. And we know that by setting laws, we set those minimum expectations, and we set our team up to be in a good position to take action if they need to. So I've heard, some of our team's struggles over my time on council as well, with the state of our current bylaw being really permissive, being really broad, not setting out, the kind of standards that allow them to take action sometimes when they need to. And so I think this strikes that right balance for me. So other reasons why I would support it is it obviously is in alignment with what happens across the rivers and Hastings. And as we heard from, I think, our last submitter, there's a lot of crossover with residents from Hastings into Napier and vice versa, and to have consistency in the way that we do our policy making it can be nothing but good. And I just want to say I sort of support as well the principles that councillors you've come up with in those amendments around looking for additional either temporary or permanent additions to off-lead exercise areas for dogs as well, because being a dog owner myself, I know that that's really important for our dogs' well-being. As well as our owners to get out in that fresh air without being impeded by leashes. So support where we've got to today, and happy to move the bylaw, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crystal, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
No, I'm happy to speak now. I think the Deputy Mayor's pretty much summed up really well. I think we've listened to the submitters today, and that's reflected in a lot of the amendments that we have added in. And as also a dog owner, I know the importance of having somewhere for your dog to have a good run, to wear them out a bit so that you don't have to come home and throw the ball 20 times. We all, love our dogs, but we also really care for our wildlife. And I think we've had a real balance of submitters here today from both sides. And I think our bylaws really meet both people and have listened to all their needs. So I'm really, really happy to support this bylaw and our amendments we've made.
Yeah, I'll open up to other councillors to speak to the motion. No, I think it has all been summed up very, very well by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Crystal. So that being the case, and yes, we have Councillor Taylor live on screen. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Well done, everybody. And yes, thank you once again to everybody that did both a written submission, over 500, and those that came to speak to us today. Much appreciated. And we will close, please, with our closing karakia. Thank you.